Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Forest's Embrace. The forest floor, a treacherous carpet of decaying leaves and gnarled roots, swallowed the last vestiges of sunlight. An oppressive silence descended, broken only by the frantic rustling of unseen creatures and the distant, mournful cry of a bird. The air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, felt heavy, suffocating, pressing down on the four hikers like a physical weight. Liam, the self-proclaimed leader of the group, cursed under his breath, his voice barely audible above the whisper of the wind. His usually jovial demeanor was replaced by a grim determination, his face etched with a worry that mirrored the deepening shadows of the encroaching twilight. They had been hopelessly lost for hours, their carefully planned route long since abandoned. The trail markers, once reassuringly frequent, had vanished, replaced by a seemingly endless expanse of towering trees, their branches interlocked like skeletal fingers, obscuring the sky. The once vibrant green of the forest canopy had been swallowed by an overwhelming darkness, transforming the familiar woods into a menacing labyrinth. The cheerful chatter that had accompanied their earlier journey was replaced by a tense silence, punctuated only by the crunch of their boots on the decaying leaves. Sarah, the youngest of the group, trembled slightly, her breath misting in the rapidly cooling air. Fear, palpable and cold, clung to her like a shroud. Her usual bubbly enthusiasm was replaced by a quiet desperation, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. She clutched her worn-out compass, its needle spinning wildly, offering no solace, only adding to the growing sense of unease. Mark, a seasoned hiker, attempted to maintain a facade of calm, but the lines around his eyes betrayed his true anxiety. He checked his GPS device repeatedly, only to find that the signal had been lost hours ago, the screen now displaying a disconcerting message, "No satellites found." Emily, a quiet observer, remained surprisingly calm. Her keen eyes scanned the surrounding environment, searching for any clue, any indication of their location, or even a hint of a trail. Her silence, however, was more unnerving than any outward display of fear, her quiet observation hinting at a deeper understanding of the forest's unsettling nature, a perception that the others seemed to miss. The darkness deepened, swallowing the last slivers of light, transforming the forest into a place of shadows and whispers. The air grew colder, carrying with it a chill that went beyond the simple drop in temperature. It was a primal chill, a cold that seeped into their bones, a cold that spoke of ancient mysteries and forgotten horrors. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches twisting and reaching like grasping claws, their shadows stretching and lengthening, transforming the familiar shapes of the woods into something monstrous. Strange sounds emerged from the depths of the woods, the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, the distant screech of an unseen creature, all blending together into a disorienting symphony of unease. The hikers huddled closer, their sense of isolation and vulnerability growing with each passing moment. Liam, attempting to project confidence, suggested they find a suitable place to spend the night, hoping to find some sense of security in their shared vulnerability. But the forest offered no such comfort. As they searched for a place to rest, the forest seemed to actively resist their efforts. The terrain became increasingly treacherous, the undergrowth thicker and more tangled. They stumbled through patches of dense brush, their clothes snagging on thorny vines, the darkness obscuring even the closest obstacles. The sense of being watched intensified, the feeling that they were not alone in the woods. They found a small clearing, partially shielded by a cluster of ancient pines, and decided to make their camp. But even here, in their temporary sanctuary, the sense of unease remained. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low hum, a subtle vibration that resonated deep within their chests, causing an unsettling tremor to run through their bodies. The stars, visible through the gaps in the tree canopy, seemed distant and cold, offering little solace. As darkness fully enveloped them, strange things began to happen. Sarah swore she saw fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows that seemed to shift and writhe, hinting at something just beyond the edge of visibility. Mark experienced a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, a feeling that something ancient and malevolent was watching them, its eyes cold and piercing. Liam, struggling to maintain control, felt an inexplicable urge to wander into the deeper shadows, an urge he fought back with every fiber of his being. Emily, ever the observer, remained silent, her eyes reflecting an unspoken knowledge that seemed to fill the night with a terrifying clarity. The night wore on, each hour filled with a rising sense of unease. They shared their meager rations, their conversation a nervous exchange of whispered words. They huddled together, seeking comfort in their shared fear, their humanity battling the isolating power of the ancient woods. The forest seemed to tighten its grip, its shadows deepening, its sounds growing more menacing, its silence more oppressive. The woods were not merely a place of loss, it was a place of transformation, a place that seemed to feed on fear and amplify despair. The first rays of dawn offered a glimmer of hope, but the forest stubbornly refused to yield its secrets. The path remained hidden, the signs of civilization absent. The sun, rising above the horizon, cast long, distorted shadows, painting the forest in a grotesque light, highlighting the unsettling details that had been hidden in the darkness. The sense of being watched remained, the forest's embrace tightening rather than releasing. Their hope, fragile and flickering, threatened to extinguish under the weight of the forest's malevolent power. The lost hikers, trapped in the forest's embrace, were far from safe, their ordeal far from over. The forest, it seemed, had more sinister plans for them. The unsettling occurrences began subtly, almost imperceptibly. A twig snapped, seemingly of its own accord, several yards away from where they huddled. They all jumped, their hearts pounding in unison, a primal fear rising within them. Liam, attempting to maintain a brave front, muttered about nocturnal animals, but the explanation felt inadequate, insufficient to account for the creeping dread that settled over them. Then came the whispers. At first, they were barely audible, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. But gradually, the whispers grew louder, more distinct, coalescing into unintelligible murmurs that seemed to surround them, permeating the very air they breathed. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, whispered that the whispers sounded like voices, ancient and mournful, speaking in a language she didn't understand yet instinctively felt was laced with malevolence. Mark, his usually pragmatic demeanor shattered, started to see things. Fleeting glimpses of movement in the periphery, shadows that danced and writhed in the flickering firelight. He described them as tall, gaunt figures, their forms indistinct, shrouded in darkness, their movements fluid and unnatural, like something between man and beast. He swore he saw eyes, glowing embers in the dark, watching them from the edge of the clearing. Emily, her usual composure unwavering, remained strangely calm amidst the mounting terror. Her eyes, however, held a depth of understanding that both unnerved and fascinated her companions. She didn't speak of what she saw or felt, but her quiet intensity spoke volumes, hinting at a deeper understanding of the supernatural forces at play. She kept meticulously tracing patterns in the dirt with a twig, patterns that seemed increasingly complex and symbolic, as if deciphering some ancient code written in the language of the forest itself. As the night deepened, the creatures grew bolder. They were no longer mere shadows, fleeting glimpses at the edge of perception. They began to emerge from the darkness, their forms slowly resolving themselves from the gloom. They were humanoid in shape, but grotesquely distorted, their limbs too long and thin, their skin unnaturally pale and stretched taut over bone. Their eyes, large and black, burned with an unnerving intensity, reflecting the firelight with an unnatural luminescence. Their movements were jerky and unsettling, almost mechanical, as if they were controlled by some unseen force. One of the creatures approached the edge of the clearing, its long fingers outstretched, its movements hesitant yet deliberate. It stopped a few feet from the group, its black eyes fixated on them, studying them with a chilling intensity. Its lips, thin and drawn back, revealed rows of needle-sharp teeth. A guttural growl escaped its throat, a sound that resonated deep within their bones, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. Liam, his courage finally faltering, fumbled for his knife, his hand trembling uncontrollably. The creature didn't react to his movement, its gaze unwavering, its stillness more terrifying than any aggressive action. It remained there for what felt like an eternity, its presence suffocating, its silence more menacing than any scream. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished back into the darkness, leaving behind only the lingering scent of damp earth and decay. The remaining creatures continued to circle their makeshift camp, their movements erratic and unpredictable, their presence a constant, chilling reminder of their vulnerability. The forest itself seemed to be alive, a malevolent entity feeding off their fear, their desperation. The trees themselves seemed to twist and writhe, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, their shadows lengthening and twisting into grotesque shapes. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread permeating everything. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, forming into a cacophony of voices that seemed to penetrate their minds, their thoughts, their very souls. The voices spoke of ancient rituals, of forgotten gods, of sacrifices offered to appease malevolent entities. The voices promised power, unimaginable power, in exchange for obedience, for submission. Sarah, overwhelmed by the barrage of psychic assault, collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing, her screams swallowed by the night. Mark, his eyes wild with terror, tried to protect her, but the whispers targeted him as well, pulling at his mind, twisting his thoughts, driving him to the brink of madness. Liam, desperate to maintain control, fought against the overwhelming psychic assault, his willpower strained to its limits. Only Emily remained unaffected, her eyes calm and watchful, as if she were observing a play rather than participating in a nightmarish struggle for survival. The night continued in this fashion, a relentless onslaught of psychic attack and terrifying physical encounters. The creatures, bolder now, would periodically approach the fire, their forms distorted and grotesque, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They would circle the group, their movements sinuous and disturbing, their whispers weaving intricate patterns of fear and despair. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the dense canopy, the attack ceased. The creatures retreated back into the depths of the forest, disappearing as quickly and silently as they had appeared. The silence that followed was even more unnerving than the previous night's chaos, a silence that seemed to resonate with unspoken horrors, with the lingering weight of unimaginable experiences. The hikers were left shattered, physically and mentally exhausted. Sarah lay unconscious, her body trembling, her mind overwhelmed. Mark, his eyes vacant, seemed to have lost his grip on reality. Liam, his face etched with exhaustion and fear, clutched his knife, his senses heightened, his body tense and on alert. Only Emily remained composed, her expression inscrutable, her eyes betraying no emotion. They were still lost, still trapped in the forest's embrace. But now they knew that the forest was not merely a physical place. It was a realm of shadows and whispers, a realm of ancient evils and unimaginable horrors. The forest had tested them, pushed them to the brink of madness, and exposed the fragility of their humanity in the face of something truly ancient and malevolent. Their survival was by no means guaranteed. They had merely survived the night. The forest held more secrets, darker trials still to come. The forest's embrace had only just begun. The sun, a pale disk struggling to pierce the dense canopy, offered little comfort. The forest, even in the weak light, felt oppressive, its silence heavy with the residue of the night's terrors. The air hung thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, a cloying perfume of death and decay. Liam, his hand still gripping his knife, felt a tremor run through him, a visceral reaction to the unseen dangers that still lurked in the shadows. Sarah remained unconscious, her breathing shallow and ragged. Mark, his eyes unfocused and glazed over, mumbled incoherently, his words lost in the rustling of leaves. Emily, however, sat cross-legged, her gaze fixed on a particularly gnarled tree, her expression unchanged, unnervingly calm amidst the wreckage of their ordeal. What was that? Liam finally managed to croak, his voice hoarse from disuse and fear. He gestured towards the surrounding woods, his eyes darting nervously from shadow to shadow. Emily slowly turned, her eyes meeting his. There was a depth to her gaze, an ancient wisdom that belied her years, a knowledge that both fascinated and frightened him. She didn't answer his question directly, instead picking up a twig and tracing it on the ground, sketching a complex pattern in the dirt. "It's older than any of us can imagine," she finally whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. "This place, this forest, it's a nexus. A point where the veil between worlds is thin." Liam shivered, a cold dread settling in his bones. He had always been skeptical of the supernatural, a rational man who valued logic and reason. But the events of the previous night had shattered his worldview, replacing his certainty with a chilling uncertainty. He looked at the intricate pattern Emily had drawn, a series of interlocking symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. It looked like some forgotten language, a code from a time before time. "A nexus?" Mark mumbled, his eyes still unfocused. "What does that mean?" "It means this forest is more than just trees and undergrowth," Emily explained, her voice low and solemn. "It's a place of power, a place where ancient forces reside. The creatures we encountered, they're not just animals. They are manifestations of this place, guardians of its secrets." Liam felt a cold wave of fear wash over him. Guardians? Of what secrets? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. He looked at the forest, at the twisting branches and the shadowy depths, and for the first time he truly saw it for what it was, a place of immense, terrifying power. Emily continued to trace patterns in the dirt, her fingers moving with an almost hypnotic grace. She spoke of ancient rituals, of forgotten gods, of sacrifices offered to appease the malevolent entities that dwelled within the forest's depths. Her words were a chilling tapestry woven from myth and legend, from fragments of forgotten histories and half-remembered nightmares. She spoke of a primordial evil, an ancient force that predated humanity, a darkness that had slumbered for millennia, only to be awakened by some unknown catalyst. The hikers spent the rest of the day attempting to recover, both physically and mentally. Sarah slowly regained consciousness, her mind still clouded with fragmented memories of the night's horrors. Mark remained detached from reality, his eyes glazed over, his mind lost in a labyrinth of fear and confusion. Liam, despite his exhaustion, found himself strangely captivated by Emily's words, her calm and collected demeanor amidst the chaos. Her knowledge, her understanding of the forest's dark secrets, was both unnerving and compelling. As the sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor, a sense of unease settled over them once more. The whispers began again, faint at first, but gradually growing louder, more insistent, more malevolent. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread that permeated everything. This time, however, the whispers were different. They were not just unintelligible murmurs, but distinct voices, voices that seemed to penetrate their minds, their thoughts, their very souls. They spoke of promises, of power, of unimaginable knowledge, but always at a price. They spoke of obedience, of submission, of sacrifices. Liam felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He recognized the pattern now. The whispers, the creatures, the ancient evil, it was all connected, all part of a larger, more terrifying design. The forest was not merely a place, it was a sentient entity, a malevolent being that fed on fear, on despair, on the very essence of humanity. The forest was testing them, probing their weaknesses, pushing them to their limits. It wanted something from them, something they weren't yet prepared to give. And the night was far from over. The creatures reappeared, their movements more coordinated, their purpose more defined. They no longer merely circled the group, they advanced, their eyes burning with an unnerving intensity. Their guttural growls were accompanied by a symphony of whispers, weaving a tapestry of terror that threatened to overwhelm them. Emily, her face set in grim determination, began to chant, her voice a low, rhythmic drone that seemed to resonate with the very heart of the forest. The chanting was in a language Liam didn't understand, but somehow, instinctively, he knew it was a counterpoint to the forest's malevolence, a defense against its dark magic. The battle that followed was not a physical one. It was a war of wills, a struggle for dominance between human resilience and primordial evil. The creatures attacked with a terrifying ferocity, their psychic assault relentless, their physical presence a constant threat. Liam fought back with a desperate courage born of sheer terror, his knife a meager weapon against an ancient and overwhelming power. Sarah, her mind still reeling from the previous night's horrors, screamed in terror, her voice lost in the cacophony of whispers and growls. Mark, his eyes wide with fear, became a gibbering wreck. Only Emily remained calm and composed, her chanting a powerful bulwark against the encroaching darkness. As dawn approached, the creatures retreated once more, their forms dissolving into the shadows. The whispers faded, leaving behind a silence even more unnerving than before. The hikers were left exhausted, battered, and broken. Their bodies bore the scars of physical conflict, but their minds carried an even deeper wound, a wound that would likely never fully heal. But they had survived another night. They had faced the ancient evil of the forest, and somehow, against all odds, they had endured. But their journey was far from over. The forest had only just begun to reveal its darkest secrets. The true horror was yet to come. They were trapped in the forest's embrace, and the forest was far from done with them. The sun, a weak, watery light filtering through the dense canopy, offered little respite from the oppressive weight of the forest. The air, still thick with the scent of decay and damp earth, clung to them like a shroud. Liam, his muscles screaming in protest, examined his bleeding hand. The knife, his only defense, felt strangely inadequate against the unseen horrors that lurked in the shadows. Sarah, her breathing still shallow, lay huddled against a massive oak, her eyes wide with a haunted terror. Mark, his mind seemingly fractured, continued to mutter to himself, his words lost in the rustling of leaves. Only Emily seemed unaffected, her gaze distant, her expression unreadable. She sat sketching in the dirt, her fingers tracing intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "This place, it's sentient," Emily said, her voice a low, resonant hum. "It's not just a forest, it's an entity. It's testing us, pushing us to our limits, to see how far we will break." She looked at them, her eyes filled with a cold clarity that chilled them to the bone. "It feeds on fear, on despair. It wants something from us." Liam shivered, the rational part of his mind struggling to make sense of what was happening. He had always been a man of science, of logic, but the forest had shredded his carefully constructed worldview. The creatures of the night, the whispers that wormed their way into his thoughts, the ancient power that thrummed beneath the surface of the earth, none of it fit into his previous understanding of the world. The forest began to test their limits in subtle, insidious ways. The ground shifted under their feet, creating treacherous sinkholes that threatened to swallow them whole. Thick vines snaked out from the shadows, grasping at them, attempting to ensnare them. The whispering intensified, no longer faint murmurs, but a cacophony of voices, some seductive, promising power and knowledge, others menacing, filled with threats and demands. The psychological onslaught was as terrifying as the physical threats. Liam found himself plagued by visions, horrific flashbacks of his past mistakes and regrets, amplified to monstrous proportions by the forest's power. Sarah's screams were tinged with an ancient, primal despair that reflected the forest's influence on her mind. Mark, already on the precipice of madness, began to speak in a language they did not understand, his voice echoing the forest's own whispers. Only Emily seemed immune to the psychic assault, her gaze fixed, resolute, as if she were a lighthouse against a raging storm. Days blurred into nights. The hikers existed in a perpetual state of terror, their bodies ravaged, their minds on the verge of collapse. They fought back, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate will to survive, but the forest was relentless. It seemed to anticipate their every move, to anticipate their every thought, pushing them to the edge of endurance. Their wounds festered, their supplies dwindled, and their hope began to wane. Liam started to see things, shadows that moved just beyond the periphery of his vision, fleeting glimpses of distorted figures lurking among the trees, shapes that seemed to shift and change form. He often felt a cold presence pressing against him, a weightless touch that raised the hairs on his arms. He turned, but nothing would be there. The forest played upon his fears, making him doubt his own sanity. Sarah's condition worsened. The forest's psychic influence had fractured her mind, leaving her in a state of catatonic terror. She would lie there, staring blankly into the distance, her eyes devoid of life, yet still emitting an unbearable sense of suffering. Liam felt utterly helpless. Mark, meanwhile, descended completely into madness. His mutterings morphed into fluent, yet incomprehensible, sentences in a guttural tongue that resonated with the ancient evil of the forest. He would sometimes laugh, a hollow, terrifying sound that echoed through the trees. Other times he would scream, his words a blend of primal fear and ecstatic adoration of the unseen powers that held him captive. He became a liability, a danger to themselves. Emily, despite her composure, showed signs of exhaustion. Her chanting, once a powerful defense against the forest's malevolence, became slower, weaker. Her eyes, though still focused, held a hint of weariness, a reflection of the toll the forest was taking on her. She seemed to be drawing strength from some unseen source, a connection to the ancient energies that permeated the forest, but even that connection was under strain. The final night was the most horrifying. The whispers intensified into screams, the shadows coalesced into monstrous forms, and the very air vibrated with a malevolent energy. Creatures of nightmare emerged from the deepest recesses of the forest, their forms shifting and twisting, their eyes burning with an unholy light. They were not merely animals, they were extensions of the forest's will, embodiments of its ancient evil. Liam, Sarah, and Emily fought with a desperate courage born of pure survival instinct. Liam, fueled by his last reserves of strength, fought back with his knife. Sarah, despite her shattered mind, used her body as a shield for Liam. Emily's chanting became a battle cry, a desperate attempt to hold back the encroaching darkness. Dawn arrived, but it brought little relief. The creatures had retreated into the shadows, but the oppressive feeling of the forest remained. The hikers were scarred, both physically and mentally. They had survived another night, but the victory felt hollow. The forest had not released them. It was still testing their limits, pushing them to the brink of despair. They were trapped, caught in the forest's embrace. Their struggle for survival was far from over. The forest had only just begun to reveal its true power, its true horror. The real nightmare had yet to fully unfold. And the forest was patient. It had all the time in the world. The first sliver of dawn painted the eastern sky a bruised purple, offering a fragile promise of escape. But the forest, far from yielding, tightened its grip. The creatures of the night, though retreated, left behind an oppressive silence, a chilling stillness that was far more terrifying than their previous assaults. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of fear and decay. Liam, his body a tapestry of cuts and bruises, felt the weight of exhaustion settle upon him like a physical burden. He looked at Sarah, still catatonic, her vacant stare fixed on some unseen horror. Mark, miraculously calm after his descent into madness, sat hunched against a tree, muttering incoherently in that strange, guttural tongue, a language that seemed to resonate with the very heart of the forest. Emily, her face pale and drawn, sat beside him, her eyes closed, seemingly meditating, drawing strength from some hidden wellspring. Their escape was a desperate, frantic scramble, a blind dash through the tangled undergrowth. They moved without a plan, driven by pure instinct, their hope a flickering candle flame against a raging storm. Liam, leading the way, hacked at the thick vines with his battered knife, his movements clumsy but determined. He carried Sarah, her weight surprisingly light, her limp body a stark reminder of their ordeal. Mark, surprisingly, followed without protest, his movements almost deliberate, as if guided by some unseen force. Emily brought up the rear, her eyes open, scanning their surroundings, her senses honed to an almost supernatural level. The forest fought back with renewed ferocity. The ground, treacherous and unpredictable, yielded under their weight, throwing them off balance. Hidden pits threatened to swallow them whole, their existence only betrayed by the last-minute warnings of Emily's sharpened senses. The vines, like sentient serpents, snaked out from the shadows, attempting to ensnare them, their touch icy and unnerving. The trees themselves seemed to shift and groan, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, trying to impede their progress. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down their spines, raising the specter of unseen horrors lurking just beyond the reach of their vision. The whispers, though less intense than the previous night, still wormed their way into their minds, playing upon their deepest fears, their darkest secrets. Liam felt the weight of his past mistakes, the regret for decisions he could never undo, amplified to monstrous proportions by the forest's insidious power. Sarah's silent suffering seemed to echo the forest's ancient despair, a chilling testament to its ability to prey upon the human mind. Even Mark, in his madness, seemed to sense the forest's relentless pursuit, his muttered incantations a desperate attempt to appease or placate the entity that held them captive. They ran for hours, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror, their bodies screaming in protest, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. Finally, as the sun climbed higher, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, they stumbled upon a clearing. It was small, barely visible among the dense foliage, but it offered a glimpse of hope, a sliver of respite from the forest's relentless assault. The trees thinned here, the oppressive weight of the canopy lifted, allowing the sunlight to filter through, offering a warmth that felt almost miraculous. Exhaustion, however, overcame them as soon as they stopped running. They collapsed in the clearing, their bodies trembling, their breaths ragged. They looked at each other, their eyes reflecting a mixture of relief, exhaustion, and something far more profound, a silent understanding of the horror they had experienced. The forest, though momentarily left behind, had left its mark upon them. They spent the next few days in a state of numb shock, slowly piecing their lives back together. Their physical wounds healed, but the scars left upon their minds remained. Liam, once a man of science and logic, now grappled with the terrifying possibility that the world was far stranger, far more terrifying, than he could have ever imagined. Sarah remained haunted by the forest's psychic assaults, her mind forever scarred by the depths of despair it had forced upon her. Mark, despite his moments of clarity, continued to mutter incoherently, his memory fractured, his sanity forever shadowed by his encounter with the forest's ancient evil. Even Emily, despite her resilience, bore the signs of exhaustion and trauma, her eyes reflecting a weariness that belied the strength she had shown throughout their ordeal. The escape from the forest had been successful, but it was a hollow victory. They emerged from its clutches, but the forest's grip had not entirely released them. They were changed, irrevocably altered by their experience, marked by the forest's malevolent touch, both physically and psychologically. They carried its darkness within them, a chilling reminder of the horrors they had witnessed and the depths of despair they had faced. The silence of the forest, the whispers, the monstrous creatures, the sense of an ancient, malevolent presence, it all clung to them as though a part of their very being. The world beyond the forest seemed somehow muted, less vibrant, less real. Their escape had been an escape into the reality they once knew, but it was a reality they no longer recognized or trusted. The forest had shattered their perception of safety, of order, of the natural world itself. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, leaving them teetering on the edge of sanity. The memories of their encounter were as real as any physical scar. The horrors they experienced would forever haunt their dreams. They could never return to the lives they once had. Their ordeal had irrevocably altered their perspective on the world, imbuing everything with a sinister undertone, a constant awareness of the unseen, the unknown. The innocent beauty of nature was forever tainted, overshadowed by the oppressive darkness of the forest. Their escape was a physical one, but their minds remained imprisoned in the nightmarish clutches of that place. The forest had offered a glimpse of something primal and ancient, something terrifying and incomprehensible, and that knowledge, that understanding, would forever shape their lives, coloring their perceptions and casting a long, dark shadow over their future. The scars they carried were not only physical, but emotional and spiritual. The forest had left its mark, and it would never truly be forgotten. They lived, but they were haunted, forever bound to the memory of the forest's terrifying embrace. Their ordeal became a silent pact, a shared burden only they could truly understand. The world would never seem the same. The forest had claimed a part of them, and it would continue to hold them captive in the silent halls of their minds. Story 2: The Haunted Lighthouse. The rhythmic pulse of the foghorn, a mournful bellow against the relentless assault of the Atlantic, was the only sound that consistently broke the oppressive silence surrounding the lighthouse. Thomas, the keeper, had grown accustomed to the solitude, the isolation a necessary balm for a soul scarred by a past he couldn't quite articulate. The vast, empty expanse of ocean, the ceaseless churning of waves against the rocky shore, were a comforting backdrop to his solitary existence. Or so he had thought. The unsettling events began subtly. A flicker of movement in the periphery, a whisper of a voice carried on the wind, the inexplicable scent of brine and something else, something acrid and metallic, like old blood. Initially, he dismissed these as tricks of the mind, the effects of prolonged isolation driving him to hallucination. The lighthouse, perched precariously on a jagged outcrop of rock, was a stark and unforgiving place, a lonely sentinel against the wrath of the sea. He'd seen storms that threatened to tear the structure apart, and felt the tremors of the earth beneath his feet. But these were different. These felt malevolent. He began finding strange artifacts within the lighthouse. Old, leather-bound journals filled with indecipherable script, adorned with unsettling illustrations that seemed to shift and writhe in his peripheral vision. He found rusted instruments, their purpose unknown, their metal cold and slick to the touch. One particularly disturbing discovery was a collection of bones, small, delicate bones, nestled within a hidden alcove beneath the spiral staircase. They weren't animal bones. They were human, and they were far too numerous to have been the result of a single accident. The isolation, once his sanctuary, now became his prison. The lighthouse, once a refuge, was transformed into a haunting edifice, its walls pulsating with a sinister energy. Every creak of the timber, every groan of the structure, seemed to amplify the creeping dread that clung to him like a shroud. The foghorn's mournful call became a dirge, a soundtrack to his growing despair. Nights were particularly harrowing. The darkness outside seemed to press against the thick glass of the lantern room, the waves crashing against the rocks sounding like monstrous claws scrabbling for entry. Sleep became a battlefield, haunted by fragmented images and terrifying visions. He dreamt of figures, shrouded and spectral, their forms indistinct yet undeniably menacing, their movements fluid and unnatural. He dreamt of rituals, of ceremonies conducted under the pale light of the moon, their purpose obscured, yet their horror palpable. He woke up screaming, his heart pounding, his body slick with cold sweat, the chilling echo of the dreams clinging to him like the icy spray of the ocean. He tried to rationalize it, to attribute it to stress, to the strain of his solitary confinement. But the evidence was too compelling. The artifacts, the unsettling sounds, the bone-chilling dreams, they all pointed to something far more sinister, something that lurked within the very structure of the lighthouse. One stormy night, the storm raging with unprecedented fury, a rogue wave slammed against the lighthouse, shaking it to its foundations. A section of the wall, weakened by years of relentless battering, crumbled, revealing a hidden passage, previously concealed behind layers of decaying plaster and brick. Curiosity, mixed with a morbid fascination and a desperate need for answers, propelled Thomas into the darkness. The passage descended into the depths of the lighthouse, a claustrophobic tunnel that seemed to amplify the ominous whispers that echoed around him. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of salt, decay, and that same acrid, metallic scent of old blood. The further he descended, the more intense the feeling of dread became, the more palpable the presence of something unseen, something malevolent. The passage opened into a large, cavernous chamber, carved directly into the rock beneath the lighthouse. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, stained with dark, viscous fluid. Around the altar were numerous symbols etched into the stone floor, their meaning unknown, yet their power unnerving. And there, upon the altar, lay a single, freshly severed human heart. It pulsed faintly, an agonizing testament to a recent, horrific sacrifice. The air crackled with a sinister energy, the very stone seeming to vibrate with malevolent power. Thomas felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of paralyzing fear that gripped him with icy fingers. He understood then, with a sickening certainty, that the lighthouse was not just an isolated structure, but a nexus, a focal point for something ancient, something truly evil. It wasn't just haunted, it was a shrine, a place of sacrifice, a testament to a cult he didn't understand, yet whose horrors were terrifyingly clear. He scrambled back, his escape a desperate, frantic retreat through the passage. The darkness seemed to press in on him, the sounds of the storm outside muted by the overwhelming dread that consumed him. He ran until he reached the safety of his quarters, the rhythmic pulse of the foghorn a mocking reminder of his isolation, his vulnerability. The storm eventually subsided, leaving behind an eerie calm. But the storm within Thomas raged on. The revelation he uncovered had shattered his solitude, replacing it with a horrifying understanding of the true nature of his isolated existence. The lighthouse, once a refuge, had become a tomb, and he, its unwilling custodian, was trapped in its sinister embrace. He knew he could never escape the darkness he had unearthed. The lighthouse held him captive, not in chains or bars, but in the chilling grip of its ancient, malevolent secrets. He was alone, trapped with an evil he could barely comprehend, forever bound to its horrors, a living sacrifice to its insatiable hunger. Days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. The routine of maintaining the lighthouse became a macabre ritual, a desperate attempt to maintain a semblance of normalcy in the face of unimaginable horror. He continued to find artifacts, further evidence of the cult's activities, further pieces of a puzzle he was terrified to complete. Each discovery deepened the pit of despair he found himself falling into, each revelation another nail in the coffin of his sanity. The ocean, once a comforting backdrop to his solitude, now seemed to mirror the darkness within. The endless expanse of water felt infinite, uncaring, a reflection of the vastness of the horror he was facing. The lighthouse, once a beacon of hope, had become a prison, its light a mocking glare against the overwhelming darkness that had enveloped him. He knew he should leave, he knew he should report his discovery. But something held him back, a terrifying sense of dread, a conviction that escape was impossible. He was bound to the lighthouse, intertwined with its dark history, a pawn in a game of ancient evil that he didn't understand. His isolation had deepened, a crushing weight of fear and despair that left him with nothing but the rhythmic pulse of the foghorn and the chilling silence of the ocean. He was alone, trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no waking. The lighthouse, once a place of solitude, was now his tomb, a monument to the unspeakable horrors it concealed. His only hope was that the darkness wouldn't consume him before he could find a way to expose its existence. But he knew, deep down, that hope was a fragile thing in the face of such ancient, terrible evil. His nightmare had only just begun. The rhythmic pulse of the foghorn, once a comfort, now felt like a relentless hammer against the fragile remnants of Thomas's sanity. The subtle disturbances had escalated. What had begun as fleeting shadows and whispers now manifested as tangible, horrifying events. Objects moved on their own. Tools vanished, only to reappear in unexpected locations, sometimes rearranged in unsettling configurations. The scent of brine and blood, that metallic tang, grew stronger, clinging to the air like a malevolent perfume. One morning, he awoke to find the lantern room shrouded in an unnatural fog, a thick, swirling mist that defied the clear, crisp air outside. The fog was cold, biting, and carried the same metallic scent, amplified to an almost unbearable intensity. It seemed to pulse with a faint, internal luminescence, casting an eerie, spectral glow upon the brasswork of the lamp. He coughed, his lungs burning, the air thick and heavy with a presence he couldn't define but deeply feared. The fog didn't dissipate with the rising sun, it persisted, a chilling, sentient presence that seemed to watch him, to mock him. His dreams became more vivid, more terrifying. He no longer merely witnessed spectral figures, he was interacting with them, participating in their gruesome rituals, feeling the cold touch of their spectral hands, the chilling caress of their bony fingers. He saw faces in the fog, faces that twisted and contorted, their expressions a mix of pain, ecstasy, and unspeakable malice. He would awaken drenched in sweat, his heart pounding, the lingering taste of blood, or something that tasted like blood, on his tongue. He began to question his own reality. Was he losing his mind? Was the isolation driving him mad? Or was there something truly sinister at play, something far beyond the realm of human comprehension? The line between reality and delusion blurred, leaving him adrift in a sea of terror, the foghorn's mournful cry a constant reminder of his isolation and vulnerability. The journals he discovered held more clues, but the language remained indecipherable. He tried consulting experts, historians, linguists, even occult specialists. They offered various interpretations, some far-fetched, others terrifyingly plausible. The illustrations, however, offered a more immediate, visceral understanding. They depicted grotesque rituals, human sacrifice, and entities that defied description, creatures born of nightmare and ancient evil. The images pulsed and shifted in his mind's eye, the grotesque figures seeming to writhe and reach out from the pages. He found more bones, more artifacts, strange tools crafted from bone and metal, adorned with symbols mirroring those etched into the stone altar. A collection of weathered, intricately carved wooden dolls, their faces bearing an unnerving resemblance to those he'd seen in his dreams, lay nestled in a dusty corner. The dolls were unsettling, their eyes seeming to follow his every move. He suspected, with a growing dread, that they were more than just toys. They were offerings. One night, the fog intensified, pressing against the walls of the lighthouse, seeping into every crack and crevice. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, the metallic scent overpowering. He heard chanting, a low, guttural murmur that vibrated through the floorboards, resonating deep within his bones. It was a language he did not understand, yet it sent shivers down his spine, awakening primal fears he hadn't known he possessed. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, punctuated by chilling screams that echoed through the cavernous chambers of the lighthouse. Terror, raw and unadulterated, consumed him. He barricaded himself in his room, clutching a rusty iron poker for protection. The chanting continued, seemingly surrounding the lighthouse, permeating the very structure, as though the building itself was participating in the ritual. He could feel the vibrations in the floor, the walls shuddering as if the very stones were alive, pulsating with a malevolent energy. Through a crack in the wooden planks of his door, he saw it. A fleeting glimpse through the fog, a figure shrouded in darkness, its form barely perceptible, yet its presence undeniably malevolent. The figure seemed to glide along the corridors, its movements fluid and unnatural, its presence radiating an aura of cold, suffocating dread. He couldn't see its face, but he knew, with terrifying certainty, that it was watching him. Days bled into nights, a nightmarish cycle of fear and despair. His attempts to maintain a semblance of normalcy failed. He neglected his duties, the light faltering, its being weakened by his growing despair. The foghorn, its regular pulse a mocking reminder of his isolation, now sounded like a death knell, a countdown to his inevitable demise. He tried to escape. Several times. He tried to signal for help, to send out a message, but the storm of his own terror, the overwhelming sense of dread that clung to him like a second skin, paralyzed him. He would start, only to be gripped by an inexplicable, debilitating force that pulled him back into the heart of the lighthouse, back into the clutches of the evil that had taken root within its walls. The lighthouse itself seemed to be alive, its very structure twisting and shifting in subtle yet alarming ways. He could feel the pulsating energy beneath his feet, the stones whispering secrets of unspeakable horror. His reflection in the glass of the lantern room became distorted, warped and twisted, replaced by fleeting glimpses of grotesque faces, faces he recognized from his dreams. He was losing his grip on reality, his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. He was no longer just a lighthouse keeper, he was a prisoner, trapped in a living nightmare, the lighthouse itself acting as a cage, its ancient evil slowly consuming him. He was running out of time, the darkness closing in, tightening its grip, dragging him closer to the abyss. The foghorn's mournful cry echoed the agony of his soul, a testament to his impending doom. He was alone, surrounded by the unseen horror, completely and utterly lost in the suffocating grip of his chilling, inescapable fate. The lighthouse, once a solitary beacon, was now his tomb, its light a mere flicker against the overwhelming and terrifying darkness of his final hours. His nightmare had only just begun, and there seemed no escape from this horrifying prison. The air grew colder, a chill that seeped into Thomas's bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the sea wind whipping around the lighthouse. It was a supernatural cold, a freezing emanation from the very stones beneath his feet. The rhythmic pulse of the foghorn seemed to deepen, its mournful cry resonating not just in the air, but within him, vibrating in his chest cavity like a second heartbeat, a sinister counterpoint to his own frantic pulse. He felt watched, observed by something ancient, something malevolent, something that existed beyond the boundaries of human perception. He tried to rationalize it, to attribute it to the isolation, the strain of his prolonged confinement, the creeping dread of his inescapable situation. He tried to convince himself he was hallucinating, succumbing to the madness that gnawed at the edges of his sanity, but the evidence was too overwhelming, too tangible. The whispering started subtly, barely audible at first, like the rustling of dry leaves in a distant wind. Then it grew louder, more insistent, a chorus of sibilant voices, a cacophony of whispers weaving around him, swirling like the fog that clung persistently to the lighthouse. The voices didn't speak in any language he recognized. They were a collection of guttural sounds, sibilant hisses, and chilling cries, a symphony of dread that penetrated his very being. They spoke of ancient rites, of sacrifices offered to unseen gods, of blood spilled on sacred ground. The whispers felt like icy fingers tracing paths across his skin, raising goosebumps and sending chills down his spine. One night, he awoke to the sound of scraping, a rhythmic scratching against the stone walls. He sat bolt upright, his heart hammering against his ribs, his breath catching in his throat. The scraping grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by a low, guttural chanting that resonated through the lighthouse, shaking the very foundations beneath him. He grabbed the iron poker, his knuckles white, his grip tight. He crept towards the source of the sound, his movements cautious, his senses heightened. The scraping stopped abruptly. Silence descended, thick and suffocating, a silence far more terrifying than the previous cacophony. He stood there, listening, his ears straining, but he heard nothing save the relentless pulse of the foghorn, its mournful cry a stark contrast to the eerie stillness of the lighthouse. Then, he saw it. A single, luminous glyph appeared on the wall, etched into the very stone, glowing with an ethereal, internal light. The glyph was intricate, complex, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic beat, mirroring the pulsating rhythm of the foghorn, as if intrinsically linked to its mournful song. He touched the glyph cautiously, his fingers brushing against the cold stone, and felt a jolt of energy, a surge of power that sent a shiver down his spine. The glyph pulsed brighter, intensifying its luminescence, then abruptly vanished, leaving behind only the cold, damp stone. The next morning, he found more glyphs. They appeared sporadically, scattered throughout the lighthouse, each one different yet somehow connected, each one pulsing with a malevolent energy. They covered the walls, the floors, even the ceiling, a tapestry of otherworldly symbols woven into the very fabric of the lighthouse. He realized with dawning horror that the lighthouse itself was alive, infused with a malevolent energy, a supernatural power that seemed to be growing stronger with each passing day. He tried to document the glyphs, sketching them meticulously in the journal he had found, hoping to decipher their meaning, to understand the significance of their presence. He compared them to the symbols in the ancient texts, searching for connections, for answers. He found some similarities, some parallels, but the complete meaning eluded him. The glyphs seemed to hold the key to a hidden knowledge, a terrible secret, a secret that the lighthouse itself was desperate to keep concealed. The fog grew thicker, more persistent, its metallic scent intensified, clinging to him like a shroud. He could barely see his own hand in front of his face. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, the chanting more rhythmic, more menacing. He felt the pressure, an unseen force pressing against him, crushing him, suffocating him. He felt the lighthouse itself vibrating, pulsating with a malevolent energy, as if it were a living, breathing entity, possessed by something ancient and evil. He tried to escape again, but the same unseen force that had held him captive before now held him fast, an invisible barrier preventing him from leaving. He was trapped, imprisoned not only within the lighthouse, but within the very fabric of its malevolent energy. The journals, he now realized, weren't just historical records. They were a guide, a roadmap to the rituals, the sacrifices, the unspeakable horrors that had taken place within the lighthouse's walls for centuries. The stories told within the crumbling pages echoed the whispers and the chanting, the scraping and the pulsing energy. They spoke of a cult, A secret society that had used the lighthouse as a conduit for their dark practices, a gateway to another realm, a realm of ancient evil and unimaginable horror. He was not alone. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow, that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were upon him, observing his every move, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The lighthouse was not merely haunted, it was possessed. It was a living vessel, a conduit for a dark, primordial energy, and he was its unwilling prisoner. The fog, the whispers, the glyphs, the chanting, they were all manifestations of that energy, all parts of the same sinister puzzle. He spent the remaining days clinging to the vestiges of his sanity, desperately seeking a way out, a way to escape the clutches of the malevolent entity that held him captive. But the more he searched, the more he realized he was fighting not only against a supernatural force, but against the ancient, malevolent essence of the lighthouse itself, a struggle against an entity rooted deeply in the very fabric of the structure, an entity that would not easily relinquish its hold. His own survival, he was beginning to understand, depended on uncovering the secret of the glyphs, deciphering the ancient language, and confronting the unimaginable horror at the heart of the lighthouse. The foghorn's mournful cry, a constant soundtrack to his despair, was now a desperate plea for help, lost in the echoing vastness of the ocean, a desperate wail against the overwhelming power of the darkness that consumed him. The light itself was failing, flickering, dimming, mirroring the dwindling flame of his hope. His time was running out. His nightmare, far from ending, was only beginning its terrifying crescendo. The lighthouse, his prison, his tomb, was waiting. The relentless pounding of the waves against the lighthouse's base was a constant, almost comforting rhythm against the backdrop of the escalating terror. But even that familiar sound now seemed distorted, warped by the malevolent energy that pulsed through the very stones of the structure. Thomas clutched the worn, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and chilling accounts of past atrocities. He traced the glyphs with a trembling finger, their eerie luminescence barely visible in the perpetual twilight of the fog-shrouded tower. They were more than symbols, they were living things, writhing beneath his touch, a palpable sense of their malevolent power seeping into his very being. He tried to rationalize it initially. The isolation, the relentless wind, the endless gray expanse of the sea, these could all contribute to a fractured mind. But the glyphs, the whispers, the palpable sense of dread that clung to the lighthouse like a shroud, were far beyond the realm of mere hallucination. They were real, tangible manifestations of a malevolent presence, an ancient evil that had found a home in this isolated sentinel against the raging sea. The food supplies were dwindling, another stark reminder of his precarious situation. Each meal was a grim ritual, a silent testament to his decreasing chances of survival. He'd rationed his meager provisions carefully, but the constant fear, the gnawing hunger of his mind, seemed to accelerate the dwindling supply. The gnawing emptiness in his stomach mirrored the ever-growing void within his soul. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were a nightmarish tapestry woven from the symbols in the journal, the whispers that haunted his waking hours, and the chilling images of the rituals described in the ancient texts. He saw faces contorted in agony, figures shrouded in darkness performing unspeakable rites beneath the malevolent glow of the moon. He felt the cold, clammy touch of death upon his skin, the icy grip of an unseen entity closing around his heart. He woke each morning drenched in a cold sweat, the images clinging to him like barnacles to a ship's hull. He tried to find a pattern in the glyphs, a key to unlock their horrifying secret. He spent hours comparing them to the illustrations in the journal, drawing connections between the symbols and the written descriptions. He painstakingly copied them, painstakingly analyzed every line, every curve, every subtle variation in their ethereal glow. He searched for clues in the ancient texts, hoping to find a reference, a clue to their meaning, a way to break the code that held the key to his escape. But the more he looked, the more confused he became. The glyphs seemed to shift and change, their meaning elusive, always one step ahead of his understanding. The whispers intensified. They no longer felt like distant voices carried on the wind. They were directly in his ears, sharp and clear, a cacophony of guttural sounds and chilling cries. They spoke of things too terrible to comprehend, of ancient gods and unspeakable sacrifices, of a power that dwarfed human understanding. They were taunts, warnings, and invitations all at once. They promised power, knowledge, and eternity, but the price, he sensed, was too steep. The scratching resumed, more relentless than before. It echoed through the stone walls, a persistent, maddening rhythm that gnawed at his sanity. He followed the sound, armed with the iron poker, his heart hammering a frantic tattoo against his ribs. He found the source, a section of the wall that seemed to pulse with a malevolent light. More glyphs appeared, seemingly etched into the very fabric of the stone, glowing with an unholy light. The pulsing intensified, the scratching growing louder, the chanting becoming a deafening roar. He fought the urge to flee. The unseen force that had held him captive before remained, an invisible barrier preventing him from escaping his stony prison. He was trapped, imprisoned not only by the walls of the lighthouse, but by the malevolent energy that pulsed within them, a force that seemed to bind him to its dark, primordial heart. He felt himself becoming one with the lighthouse, his very essence merging with its ancient evil. Desperation clawed at him. He was running out of time, out of food, and perhaps most importantly, out of hope. The flickering lamp threatened to extinguish entirely, mirroring the diminishing flame of his own will to survive. He began to understand the true horror of his situation. He was not merely a prisoner, he was a sacrifice. The lighthouse wasn't simply haunted, it was a temple, a gateway, and he, its unwitting victim. The rituals described in the journals, once chilling accounts of historical atrocities, now felt chillingly prescient, an ominous foreshadowing of his own imminent demise. He tried to communicate, to send a message. He frantically waved a makeshift signal from the top of the lighthouse, but the thick fog swallowed any attempt at signaling. The sea was an unforgiving expanse, its vastness a mocking reminder of his isolation. The foghorn, once a reliable beacon, now felt like a lament, a mournful dirge for his fading hope. He spent his remaining days in a blur of frantic activity, a desperate attempt to make sense of the glyphs, to understand the ancient power that held him captive. He copied them, sketched them, analyzed them, and compared them until his eyes burned and his hands ached. He found subtle variations in their patterns, slight differences in their luminosity, as though they were shifting and changing, adapting to his efforts, mocking his struggle. As the final vestiges of hope flickered and died, he realized that he had become something more than a prisoner. He had become a participant, a pawn in a terrifying, ancient game of sacrifice and power, a willing victim in a ritual that had been playing out for centuries within the dark heart of the lighthouse. The monstrous symphony of the sea, the whispers, and the pulse of the glyphs had become the soundtrack to his final, horrifying act. He was no longer Thomas, the lighthouse keeper. He was a vessel, a conduit, a sacrifice to the ancient, malevolent entity that resided in the heart of the haunted lighthouse, waiting for the final, devastating crescendo of its terrifying symphony of dread. And as the fog closed in, swallowing the last rays of light, he knew his end was nigh. The chilling realization dawned on Thomas not as a sudden, shocking revelation, but as a slow, creeping dread, a chilling certainty that settled upon him like the relentless fog. It wasn't merely a haunting. The lighthouse was a nexus, a focal point for an ancient, malevolent energy. The glyphs, he now understood, weren't merely symbols, but keys to unlocking a power far older and more sinister than anything he could have ever imagined. They weren't just etched into the stone, they were the stone, woven into the very fabric of the lighthouse's existence, a living, breathing testament to its dark purpose. He remembered a passage from the journal, a section he'd initially dismissed as a fevered delusion, a description of a ritual, a sacrifice, offered to an entity known only as the Keeper of the Tides. The Keeper, the journal described, was an ancient being, a primordial force of nature, its power bound to the sea itself. The lighthouse, far from being a simple navigational aid, served as its prison, a cage built of stone and sea-worn wood, and its keeper, a reluctant participant in a cycle of sacrifice stretching back centuries. The chilling implication struck him with the force of a physical blow. He was not merely trapped, he was the sacrifice. The dwindling supplies, the relentless whispers, the escalating scratching, these weren't random acts of malevolence, but meticulously orchestrated steps in a terrifying, age-old ritual. He was the culmination, the final piece in a macabre puzzle that had been slowly piecing itself together throughout the ages. He frantically reread the journal, this time with a newfound understanding, a horrifying clarity that stole the breath from his lungs. The cryptic descriptions, the seemingly nonsensical rituals, now made dreadful sense. The glyphs weren't just decorative, they pulsed with a dark energy, drawing power from the sea, feeding the entity within the lighthouse. The sacrifices, described in chilling detail, weren't random acts of violence, they were offerings, appeasing the keeper, keeping it bound to its prison of stone and sea. Thomas's blood ran cold as he traced the patterns of the glyphs, recognizing a recurring motif, a stylized depiction of a serpentine creature, coiled around a spiraling column, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. He saw it in the carvings on the lighthouse's exterior, etched into the stonework itself, subtly concealed beneath layers of grime and sea spray. He found it repeated countless times in the journal's illustrations, always prominent, always central to the descriptions of the rituals. He traced the lines with a trembling finger, their malevolent energy seeping into his very being. He felt the icy grip of fear closing around his heart, a fear so profound, so absolute, that it eclipsed all other emotions. This wasn't just the fear of death, it was the fear of becoming something else entirely, a vessel for an ancient, malevolent entity, a conduit for its dark power. The whispers intensified, no longer a mere background noise, but a chorus of voices, sharp and clear, chanting in a tongue he didn't understand but felt deep within his bones. The voices spoke of power, of eternity, of a cosmic horror that dwarfed human comprehension. They promised him unimaginable power, a place at the side of the keeper, but the price, he knew, was his very soul, his very essence. He stumbled back, his mind reeling from the terrifying revelation. The lighthouse wasn't just haunted, it was possessed, its stones infused with an ancient malevolence, its every creak and groan a testament to the entity that dwelled within. He was not just a prisoner, he was an offering, a sacrifice to a being whose power extended far beyond the limits of human understanding. The feeling of entrapment deepened, a physical manifestation of his spiritual imprisonment. He was bound to the lighthouse, inextricably linked to the ancient ritual, his fate sealed by the malevolent entity that had chosen him as its vessel. The lighthouse wasn't just a building, it was a living entity, and he was now a part of it, a sacrifice bound to its horrifying fate. Days blurred into nights, a relentless cycle of fear and dread. The scratching intensified, the whispers grew louder, the pulse of the glyphs became a relentless, throbbing heartbeat. He fought to maintain a grip on his sanity, but the encroaching darkness was relentless, its icy fingers snaking around his mind, pulling him closer and closer to the abyss. The journal became his only companion, its chilling contents now his grim prophecy. He tried to fight back, to break free, but the unseen force was too powerful, binding him to the lighthouse with an unbreakable chain. He tried to communicate, to send a message, but the fog remained, an impenetrable barrier between himself and any hope of rescue. The foghorn, once a symbol of hope, now sounded like a mournful dirge, a lament for his lost soul. He knew his end was near. He could feel the entity within the lighthouse, its power growing stronger, its presence becoming more palpable with each passing moment. The ancient ritual was nearing its climax. and he was the final offering, the key that would unleash the Keeper's full power upon the world. The final hours were a blur of agonizing clarity. He understood the full scope of the horror, the scale of the ancient evil that had chosen him as its victim. He felt the entity within him, its power growing stronger, its presence a cold, consuming darkness that threatened to swallow his very being. The sea roared its approval, the whispers of ancient gods echoed in his ears, and the glyphs pulsed with a terrifying rhythm. He saw his own reflection in the lamp's flickering light, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow, his body racked with fear and exhaustion. He was no longer Thomas, the lighthouse keeper. He was a sacrifice, a pawn in a cosmic game of death, and the final act was about to begin. As the fog engulfed the lighthouse, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate, knowing that his final breath would unleash a power so ancient and malevolent that it would forever alter the balance of the world. The ancient terrifying ritual complete. The Keeper of the Tides had claimed its sacrifice, and the sea, its accomplice, sang its mournful song. The final chilling crescendo of the terrifying symphony had begun. Story 3: The Abandoned Asylum. The rusted gates groaned a mournful protest as we pushed them open, the sound echoing through the skeletal remains of the Blackwood Asylum. Ivy, thick as pythons, clawed at the crumbling brickwork, obscuring faded lettering that hinted at a forgotten grandeur. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, a chilling perfume that clung to the back of the throat. This wasn't just a derelict building. It was a mausoleum of memories, a place where the echoes of shattered minds still lingered. Liam, ever the pragmatist, checked his headlamp. "This place gives me the creeps, even more than usual," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the wind whistling through shattered window panes. Sarah, our resident historian, adjusted her backpack, a collection of research notes and antiquated maps bulging within. "The records are sparse," she said, her voice hushed, "but what we have paints a grim picture. Experimentation, neglect, unspeakable horrors. It's no wonder they shut this place down." We moved cautiously through the overgrown courtyard, our footsteps crunching on broken glass and decaying leaves. The main building loomed before us, a monstrous edifice of decaying brick and shattered windows, its silhouette jagged against the twilight sky. The sheer scale of the place was unnerving, sprawling wings, countless rooms, a labyrinth of corridors promising untold secrets and unseen terrors. Each shadowed corner seemed to writhe with unseen movement, each rustle of the wind a phantom whisper. The entrance was a gaping maw, a gaping wound in the building's side. We entered, the darkness swallowing us whole, our headlamps cutting feeble swaths through the oppressive gloom. The air grew colder, denser, a palpable weight settling upon us. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water and the unsettling creak of settling timbers. The grandeur of the building was still evident, despite the decay. High ceilings, intricate moldings, and faded murals hinted at a time of opulence, a stark contrast to the ruin that surrounded us. But the beauty was marred, defiled by the decay, the layers of grime and neglect, a testament to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. The ghosts of the past clung to the walls, whispers of suffering echoing in the empty spaces. We navigated through the labyrinthine corridors, each step a gamble. The floorboards groaned under our weight, threatening to collapse beneath us. We passed through rooms that had once served as wards, their walls scarred with the scratches and graffiti of former inmates, desperate pleas etched into the decaying plaster. The air in these rooms was heavy with a palpable sense of despair, the lingering residue of broken minds and shattered hopes. In one ward, we found a collection of discarded belongings, a tattered teddy bear, a worn-out photograph, a single, blood-stained slipper. These were not merely objects, they were fragments of lives, the remnants of human stories abruptly cut short. They whispered tales of loneliness, of suffering, of the utter despair that had reigned within these walls. Liam picked up the photograph, a faded image of a young woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. He handed it to Sarah, who carefully placed it in her bag. "We need to find out who she is," she said, her voice choked with emotion. Deeper into the building, we found a room that had once been a doctor's office. The desk was overturned, papers scattered across the floor, and medical instruments lay rusting in a corner. Sarah found a ledger, its pages brittle and yellowed with age, its ink faded but still legible. She carefully flipped through the entries, her eyes scanning the archaic script. "Treatment records," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rhythmic drip of water from a leaky pipe. "Shocking procedures, experimental treatments, unspeakable experiments." Her words trailed off, her face pale. The ledger detailed a horrifying history of unethical experimentation, a grim testament to the dark side of medical science. In the basement, the darkness was absolute, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something else, something acrid and unsettling. We moved through the subterranean corridors with our headlamps, our every sense on high alert. The walls were damp, the air heavy, and the silence oppressive, broken only by the drip of water and the occasional scrape of our boots on the concrete floor. This was the heart of the asylum's darkness, the place where the unspeakable horrors had occurred. We discovered a network of tunnels, narrow and claustrophobic, their walls lined with chilling graffiti, symbols, cryptic messages, desperate pleas for help. The air grew heavier, colder, as we delved deeper into the earth, the darkness pressing in on us from all sides. We felt a growing sense of unease, a primal fear that rooted us to the spot. In the deepest part of the tunnels, we found it, a hidden chamber, its entrance concealed behind a crumbling brick wall. Inside, the air was still and heavy, the darkness almost complete. We lit our lamps, their beams dancing across the walls, illuminating a chilling tableau. The room was circular, its walls lined with shelves upon shelves of jars. Inside each jar was a preserved organ, its tissue discolored and shrunken, a testament to the unspeakable experiments that had been carried out within these walls. A single figure stood in the center of the room, its form shrouded in shadow. It turned slowly, its gaze fixed upon us. Liam let out a strangled cry, his hand instinctively reaching for his knife. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with terror. The figure was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by the shadows, but we could make out the glint of its eyes, burning with an unnatural light. We backed away slowly, our hearts pounding in our chests, our breath catching in our throats. The figure advanced, its movements slow and deliberate, its presence radiating a chilling aura of malevolence. We stumbled back, our lamps swinging wildly, the beams cutting through the darkness, momentarily illuminating the figure's terrifying features before being swallowed up by the oppressive gloom once more. Escape became our sole priority. We scrambled back through the tunnels, the figure's chilling presence hot on our heels, its presence a tangible force in the darkness. The chase was relentless, a terrifying dance in the heart of darkness, fueled by raw terror and the desperate need to escape the chilling grasp of the asylum and its unseen inhabitant. The cold sweat on our brows mirrored the dampness of the walls as we fought our way back to the surface, our breaths ragged, our senses overwhelmed by a primordial fear. We burst out into the moonlight, gasping for air, our legs trembling, our minds reeling from the horrors we had witnessed. We collapsed onto the grass, our bodies shaking, our hearts pounding like war drums. The asylum remained silhouetted against the night sky, a monolith of darkness, its secrets still locked away within its decaying walls, a chilling reminder of the dark depths of human depravity and the enduring power of fear. The memory of the figure in the center of the chamber remained etched into our minds, the chilling embodiment of the asylum's horrifying legacy, a testament to the horrors that lurk beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed. We never looked back. The Blackwood Asylum remained, a place best left undisturbed, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can reside in the human heart and the horrors that can be found in the darkest of places. We stumbled out of the tunnels, the chilling dampness clinging to our clothes like a shroud. The relief of seeing the moonlight was almost overwhelming, but the horrors we had witnessed remained etched in our minds, a relentless tide threatening to pull us under. The air, suddenly crisp and clean, tasted like freedom, a stark contrast to the fetid stench of the asylum's depths. But the lingering image of the figure, its unnaturalized burning in the gloom, haunted our every breath. Liam, his face ashen, leaned against a crumbling wall, his breathing ragged. Sarah, her composure shattered, sank to her knees, her hands trembling as she clutched the worn leather-bound ledger. The archaic script, detailing the horrors within, seemed to writhe before her eyes. The words, once faded and indecipherable in the dim light of the tunnels, now blazed with a sickening clarity. They weren't just treating patients, Sarah whispered, her voice barely a breath, her eyes wide with a horrifying understanding. They were conducting experiments, unspeakable experiments. She ran a trembling hand through her hair, her voice catching in her throat. The ledger, it speaks of organ harvesting. Human experimentation, beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The ledger detailed a grim chronology of suffering, a meticulously documented descent into madness and depravity. Each entry was a chilling testament to the asylum's true purpose, not healing, but torture, experimentation, and the ultimate violation of the human body and spirit. The doctors, driven by some dark and twisted ambition, had used the vulnerable patients as pawns in a macabre game, pushing the boundaries of human suffering with callous indifference. We pored over the entries, each page revealing a new layer of horror. There were descriptions of surgical procedures performed without anesthesia, of patients subjected to prolonged periods of sensory deprivation, of brutal experiments designed to test the limits of human endurance. The names were listed alongside grotesque descriptions of the inflicted mutilations, their suffering meticulously catalogued with a chilling detachment. There were drawings, crude and disturbing sketches, depicting the horrific results of their experiments. The details were so vivid, so gruesome, that they left us physically sickened. One entry caught my attention, a detailed description of a ritualistic sacrifice. The words were cryptic, shrouded in a strange, almost archaic symbolism. But the underlying implication was clear. The doctors, or perhaps a secret society operating within the asylum's walls, had used the patients not merely as subjects, but as sacrifices in some dark and sinister ritual. The description of the ritual was deeply disturbing, hinting at ancient practices and a cult-like devotion to something far older and more malevolent than the medical profession. The room containing the preserved organs was, in hindsight, only one part of a much larger, more terrifying picture. It had been a gruesome collection, but now we knew it was merely a component of a much broader, more horrifying enterprise. It was a chilling collection, a morbid museum of human suffering. The jars, filled with discolored, shrunken organs, were more than merely artifacts of brutal experimentation. They were trophies, macabre souvenirs of the asylum's sinister practices. They seemed to pulsate with a dark energy, whispering tales of unimaginable pain and suffering. As we examined the ledger more closely, we discovered coded entries, hinting at a larger network, a secret society extending far beyond the confines of Blackwood Asylum. The symbols, previously dismissed as mere graffiti, now held a chilling significance. They were more than mere markings, they were coded messages, hinting at a complex and disturbing network of individuals involved in these gruesome rituals. The entries suggested a vast conspiracy, a carefully constructed system designed to conceal the asylum's horrific practices from the outside world. The chilling truth began to unravel. The asylum wasn't just a place of neglect and unethical experimentation. It was a clandestine ritualistic site, a gruesome hub in a network of dark forces. It became horrifyingly clear that the asylum's horrific legacy extended far beyond its decaying walls. The patients weren't just victims, They were sacrifices offered up in a twisted parody of religious devotion. The doctors weren't just mad scientists, they were high priests of a dark and terrifying cult. The further we delved into the ledger, the more disturbing the discoveries became. We found evidence of cover-ups, hushed whispers, and a trail of missing persons leading back to the asylum's dark heart. The local police records Sarah had discovered earlier were far from complete, redacted and altered, evidence of a wider conspiracy to conceal the asylum's horrific secrets. The missing persons reports, initially dismissed as runaways or victims of unfortunate circumstances, now fit into a horrifying pattern, revealing a darker and far more sinister truth. As we pieced together the evidence, a chilling narrative emerged. The asylum hadn't simply been shut down, it had been deliberately silenced, its secrets buried beneath a carefully constructed layer of deception. The authorities, complicit in the cover-up, had ensured the asylum's horrors remained hidden from the outside world, protecting those responsible from justice and shielding the public from the truth. We realized the full extent of the depravity, a systemic and organized operation that reached far beyond the walls of Blackwood Asylum. The experiments, the rituals, the missing persons, all parts of a carefully orchestrated scheme of unspeakable horror. The organization was far-reaching, its tentacles extending into various branches of society, all shrouded in a veil of secrecy, a conspiracy that spanned decades. The disturbing reality was far more extensive than we could have ever imagined. The unsettling sense of dread we felt was no longer just from the asylum itself, but from the awareness of a terrifying network of corruption and evil operating in plain sight. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon us. We were not just dealing with the ghosts of a dilapidated asylum, we were confronting the legacy of a dark and terrifying conspiracy. The Blackwood Asylum was only the tip of the iceberg, a grim testament to the unspeakable horrors hidden beneath the surface of our everyday lives. The silence that had surrounded the asylum for decades was no longer just unsettling, it was complicity, a testament to the sinister lengths to which people will go to protect their darkest secrets. And that, perhaps, was the most terrifying discovery of all. The crumbling walls seemed to whisper the patient's forgotten stories. Scattered throughout the asylum's ruins, we found remnants of their lives, faded photographs tucked into cracked plaster, tattered letters penned in shaky handwriting, and personal belongings left behind in a desperate rush for a slow, agonizing decline. Each fragment offered a chilling glimpse into their experiences within these walls, piecing together a mosaic of terror and despair. One photograph, tucked into a rusted metal bed frame, depicted a young woman with bright, hopeful eyes. The inscription on the back, barely legible, read Elara, my dearest sister, hoping for a swift recovery. The image was a stark contrast to the reality hinted at by the surrounding decay. Elara's fate remained a mystery, yet the photograph served as a poignant reminder of the lives lost within the asylum's shadow. The hope in her eyes, now forever frozen in time, was a haunting counterpoint to the grim reality of her probable end. We imagined her arrival, full of optimism, quickly fading into the bleakness that permeated every corner of Blackwood. Further along, we discovered a collection of letters bound together with a frayed piece of twine. They were written by a man named Thomas Ashton, his increasingly erratic script mirroring a descent into madness. His initial letters were filled with complaints about the poor food, the cold, and the indifferent staff, expressing a naive hope for improvement. As the letters progressed, his words grew more frantic, his sentences fragmented, filled with paranoid ramblings and accusations. He spoke of shadowy figures in the corridors, whispering voices in the dead of night, and a pervasive feeling of being watched, experimented upon. His final letter was a desperate plea for help, a cry of anguish that ended abruptly mid-sentence, leaving us to imagine the horrific conclusion. The sheer terror radiating from his words was palpable, a testament to the psychological torment inflicted within the asylum's walls. The letters served not just as a chronicle of his decline, but as a chilling testament to the facility's systematic degradation of its patients' minds. Interspersed among Thomas's letters were small, intricately folded paper birds. They were crafted from scraps of newspaper, meticulously folded and adorned with tiny, almost invisible drawings. These fragile objects, a testament to the patient's attempts to maintain sanity amidst the chaos, spoke volumes about his struggle to retain his grasp on reality. The meticulous craftsmanship was a stark contrast to the despair evident in his letters, revealing a desperate attempt at creative expression within the confines of his confinement. The quiet artistry, a symbol of resilience against the crushing weight of his situation, evoked a profound sense of sorrow. We found another collection of objects, a chipped teacup, a worn wooden toy soldier, and a single, faded photograph of a smiling child. These were the remnants of a young boy's life, his simple possessions hinting at a stolen innocence. The teacup, with its tiny crack, whispered of countless sleepless nights and whispered fears. The soldier, battered and worn, represented a silent battle against the horrors he was forced to endure. The photograph, a precious memory of happier times, served as a reminder of the life he never had the chance to fully experience. The combination of these innocent items and the stark reality of his imprisonment was acutely painful, highlighting the cruelty of the asylum's inhabitants. Their casual cruelty stripped the children of their childhoods. The stark simplicity of these items only served to accentuate the severity of their stolen innocence. Deep within a shadowed alcove, we unearthed a diary, its pages filled with a woman's elegant script. She called herself Isabel, and her entries chronicled a subtle, insidious form of manipulation. She documented the daily routines, the seemingly innocuous treatments, and the veiled threats from the staff. She described a slow, gradual erosion of her sense of self, a systematic dismantling of her identity and will. Her writing, initially clear and concise, grew increasingly disjointed and fragmented as her sanity unraveled. The diary wasn't filled with outright acts of violence, but instead described a chilling form of psychological torture, the gradual chipping away at a person's mind and soul until they were left a mere husk of their former selves. The systematic nature of the manipulation and the subtle cruelty depicted in Isabel's diary hinted at a larger, more disturbing pattern of control and manipulation. One entry particularly stood out, a description of a clandestine gathering in the basement, where she overheard hushed voices speaking in a language she didn't recognize. She described the feeling of dread, the palpable sense of evil that permeated the air, and the subsequent memory wiped the next morning. Isabel's entries hinted at a larger network at play, a secret society operating within the asylum's walls, using its patients as unwitting pawns in their sinister rituals. Her experiences emphasized a sinister pattern of systematic mind control and manipulation, where the asylum staff played an integral role in erasing the memories of horrific events. In a forgotten cell, we found a collection of disturbing drawings, their crude lines and grotesque imagery suggesting a mind fractured by trauma. They depicted monstrous figures, shadowy beings, and scenes of unspeakable violence. The drawings weren't just mere artistic expressions, they were visual representations of the patient's deepest fears and the nightmarish realities they experienced within the asylum. These disturbing visual records emphasized the extent of the psychological trauma inflicted on the patients and served as chilling evidence of the asylum's malevolent influence. The disturbing nature of the drawings and the raw emotional outpouring demonstrated the profound and lasting impact of the abuse suffered within the asylum walls. We discovered a small, leather-bound book hidden beneath a loose floorboard. Its pages, brittle with age, contained a collection of poems, each expressing a deep sense of isolation, despair, and a yearning for freedom. Written in a delicate hand, the poems captured the profound emotional turmoil experienced by the patients, reflecting their struggle for hope and their desperate pleas for release from their confinement. The poem's profound emotional intensity and poignant descriptions of despair and isolation emphasized the patient's emotional trauma and served as powerful visual records of their internal struggles. The poems revealed the depth of their emotional distress, highlighting the asylum's impact on their mental and emotional well-being. The more fragments we discovered, the clearer the picture became, not of accidental negligence or mere medical malpractice, but of a carefully orchestrated system of abuse and manipulation. The patient's stories weren't isolated incidents, they were pieces of a larger puzzle, revealing a disturbing pattern of cruelty and depravity that reached the highest levels of the asylum's administration. Their experiences revealed the asylum's horrific true nature, a place where patients were not treated, but exploited and abused in a systematic manner. The compiled stories painted a disturbing image of widespread, organized abuse and cruelty, challenging the narrative of a merely neglected asylum. As we pieced together these scattered fragments, the patient's stories formed a chilling tapestry of horror, a testament to the depths of human depravity and the terrifying consequences of unchecked power. Their fragmented accounts, though separated by time and circumstance, intertwined to form a horrifying whole, a narrative of systematic cruelty, clandestine rituals, and a conspiracy that reached far beyond the asylum's decaying walls. The patients were not merely victims, they were witnesses to unspeakable horrors, their experiences a chilling testament to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of an outwardly normal world. The weight of their suffering, their silent screams echoing through the years, served as a stark warning of the dangers of unchecked power and the horrifying potential for human cruelty. The air grew heavy, a palpable shift in the atmosphere that transcended the simple chill of the decaying building. It wasn't just the cold, dampness seeping from the crumbling stone. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent that pressed against our skin, a weight on the chest that stole the breath from our lungs. A low hum vibrated through the floorboards, a resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the asylum. The silence, once a comforting blanket of the abandoned, now felt oppressive, teeming with a hidden energy that crackled in the air like static electricity. It was a silence pregnant with unseen horrors, a void filled with unseen things. Initially, we dismissed it as simple nerves, the product of a strained imagination fueled by the oppressive atmosphere and the unsettling discoveries we'd made. But as we delved deeper into the labyrinthine corridors, the feeling intensified, morphing into something far more tangible. Shadows danced in the periphery, shifting and reforming in ways that defied logic and reason. The air grew thick with the scent of decay and something else, something acrid and metallic, a scent that clung to the back of the throat and left a lingering taste of fear. The temperature fluctuated wildly, plunging into icy blasts that sent shivers down our spines, only to be replaced by sudden waves of suffocating heat. Objects seemed to move on their own, books falling from shelves, chairs scraping across the floor, a symphony of unsettling sounds in the otherwise silent asylum. We felt a constant pressure on our minds, a subtle distortion of perception that blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. It was as if the asylum itself was alive, its walls pulsating with a dark, malevolent energy that sought to consume us. Then came the whispers. At first, faint and indistinct, like the rustling of leaves in a distant wind. But as we progressed deeper into the heart of the asylum, they grew louder, clearer, forming into words, phrases, sentences that seemed to pierce our consciousness directly, bypassing our ears entirely. The whispers were not in any language we recognized. They were guttural, unearthly sounds that resonated deep within our souls, evoking feelings of primal fear and unbearable dread. They spoke of unimaginable horrors, of ancient evils unleashed upon the world, of sacrifices and rituals performed under the cloak of darkness. The whispers were accompanied by chilling visions, fleeting glimpses of horrifying scenes that flashed before our eyes, the tortured screams of the patients, their desperate struggles against unseen forces, the glint of steel in the dim light, the sickening thud of bodies hitting the cold, stone floor. These visions were not mere hallucinations. They possessed a disturbing clarity, a tangible reality that left us breathless and trembling. They were fragments of memories, ripped from the fabric of time, the lingering echoes of unspeakable atrocities committed within these walls. One of our team, a seasoned investigator named David, experienced a particularly harrowing vision. He saw a young girl, no older than 10, her eyes wide with terror, being dragged screaming into the darkness. He felt the icy grip of unseen hands around his own wrists, and for a brief moment, he was pulled into the vision, experiencing the girl's terror as if it were his own. The experience left him shaken, his face pale and his breathing ragged. He spent the next few hours huddled in a corner, his eyes darting nervously around the room, muttering incoherently about the girl and the icy hands. As we moved deeper, the supernatural presence became more aggressive, more menacing. Objects shattered spontaneously, furniture overturned, and shadows coalesced into vaguely humanoid forms that writhed and twisted in the dim light, their movements jerky and unnatural. We felt an unnatural coldness against our skin, even through our coats, and despite the increasingly oppressive heat, a coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature of the environment. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and blood, the metallic tang heavy in our nostrils. The feeling was intensely visceral, threatening to overwhelm our senses and plunge us into a state of utter madness. The whispers intensified, turning into a cacophony of voices, overlapping and intermingling, forming a chorus of demonic laughter that seemed to echo from every corner of the asylum. The floor beneath our feet vibrated violently, as if the very ground was trembling under the weight of some unimaginable force. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, their crumbling surfaces shifting and reforming, as if the building itself were attempting to close in on us, to crush us beneath its decaying weight. One of us, Sarah, a historian specializing in occult practices, suggested that the asylum wasn't merely haunted, it was a nexus point, a place where the veil between worlds had thinned, allowing malevolent entities to seep through. She pointed to the numerous symbols carved into the walls, the strange rituals described in the diary, and the chilling stories unearthed from the patient's belongings, all pointing towards a darker purpose for the asylum than the official records had suggested. The symbols, she explained, were not merely random carvings, but potent sigils, used in ancient rituals to summon and control supernatural forces. The rituals described in Isabel's diary were not mere acts of violence, they were carefully choreographed ceremonies designed to channel and manipulate those forces. The asylum, she theorized, had been built not to cure the mentally ill, but to harness their suffering as fuel for malevolent entities. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the corridor, extinguishing our flashlights and plunging us into complete darkness. A guttural scream cut through the air, followed by a series of horrifying scrapes and thuds. The air filled with a rancid, coppery scent, confirming our worst fears. One of our group had been attacked. Panic ensued, each of us scrambling around in the oppressive darkness, desperately trying to find our way in the confusing maze of hallways and rooms. We stumbled over debris and the decaying remnants of the asylum, our movements hampered by fear and the overwhelming darkness. Then came a series of sickening sounds, a wet thud, a sickening crunch, and the chilling silence that followed. The chilling silence felt more terrifying than the chaos of the previous moments. The darkness pressed in on us, constricting our breathing, feeding our growing dread, amplifying the whispers into a monstrous chorus that threatened to drown us completely. We huddled together, our hearts pounding in our chests, as we waited for the inevitable. The feeling of the unseen eyes watching us, the weight of a presence that was both intangible yet acutely palpable, was overwhelming. We were trapped. Trapped within the decaying walls of the asylum, trapped by an ancient malevolent entity, and seemingly trapped by our own fear and desperation. The supernatural presence had not merely made itself known, it had taken control. The asylum, once a place of despair, was now a portal to unimaginable horrors. The fight for survival had begun, not just for our lives, but for our sanity as well. The darkness pressed in, and we knew, with bone-chilling certainty, that the night was far from over. The scream, sharp and agonizing, echoed through the suffocating darkness, a final, desperate cry swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. It was Mark, our photographer, his distinctive voice unmistakable even amidst the cacophony of our collective fear. The silence that followed was far more terrifying than the preceding chaos, a void pregnant with unseen horrors that seemed to press against our very souls. We were paralyzed, frozen in a tableau of terror, our minds struggling to comprehend the brutality that had just unfolded. Then, movement. A slithering sound, like something large and sinuous dragging itself across the floor, accompanied by the soft, sickening crunch of bone. The scent of blood, thick and coppery, intensified, mingling with the ever-present odor of decay and ozone, creating a nauseating cocktail of fear. We knew, with a chilling certainty, that whatever had taken Mark was still here, lurking in the suffocating darkness, its presence a palpable weight in the air. Sarah, her voice barely a whisper, broke the paralysis. "We need to get out of here," she urged, her words laced with a desperate urgency that resonated with our own primal fear. Now. The escape was a chaotic scramble, a desperate flight through a labyrinth of crumbling hallways and decaying rooms. Each step was a gamble, each shadow a potential threat. David, still reeling from his earlier vision, stumbled repeatedly, his muttered pleas for the girl's safety a constant, unsettling backdrop to our panicked retreat. We moved as one, a tightly knit unit driven by adrenaline and fear, our hands reaching out to each other, fingers brushing against cold, clammy skin. We stumbled over broken furniture, navigating the debris of a bygone era. The oppressive darkness seemed to cling to us, a heavy blanket of dread that stole our breath and choked our voices. The whispers, once a faint murmur, now roared in our ears, a chorus of mocking laughter that seemed to emanate from every corner of the asylum. The air grew thick, heavy with the weight of unseen things, the metallic tang of blood lingering in our nostrils. The ground vibrated with a low, resonant hum, the feeling of something vast and ancient stirring beneath the very foundations of the asylum. The walls themselves seemed to writhe, their crumbling surfaces shifting and reforming as if the building were a living, breathing entity, trying to trap us within its decaying grasp. We felt the chilling touch of something unseen, icy claws scraping against our skin, the sensation of malevolent eyes following our every move. Our progress was painfully slow, each step of victory against the suffocating darkness and the pervasive sense of dread. We felt a constant, unnerving pressure on our minds, a psychic weight that threatened to crush our sanity. The visions returned, flitting across our consciousness, fragmented glimpses of tortured souls, scenes of unspeakable violence, the lingering echoes of a past shrouded in darkness. The asylum itself seemed to feed our fear, to amplify it, to twist and distort our perceptions. Suddenly, a sliver of light appeared ahead, a hopeful beacon in the oppressive gloom. We stumbled towards it, our hearts pounding in our chests, a mixture of relief and terror washing over us. The light emanated from a large, arched doorway, partially obscured by a fallen section of wall. We pushed past the debris, our bodies straining with exertion, hope finally within reach. Beyond the doorway, a narrow passage led to what appeared to be a crumbling exterior wall, a small section of it missing, revealing a dark, gaping hole. We knew, with a surge of adrenaline, that this was our only chance. We squeezed through the opening, one by one, scrambling over the rubble and pushing through a tangle of thorns and vines, the rough surface tearing at our clothing. As we crawled through the hole, a sudden gust of wind swept through the passage, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth and the sound of distant birdsong. We were out. We had escaped. We collapsed onto the damp earth outside, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and relief. The fresh night air was a balm to our ravaged senses, a welcome contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the asylum. We lay there for a long time, catching our breath, allowing the shock and the terror to subside. But even as the adrenaline faded, the memory of the horrors we had witnessed remained, etched into our minds like an indelible scar. The silence, once a symbol of fear and oppressive dread within the asylum's walls, now felt different. Here it was peaceful, almost comforting, a stark contrast to the cacophony of whispers that had haunted us within the decaying structure. We looked back at the asylum, its silhouette dark and menacing against the night sky, its imposing form standing as a silent testament to the unspeakable horrors we had barely survived. We never spoke much about what happened that night. The experiences were too profound, too deeply etched in our memories to easily translate into words. The shared trauma bound us together, creating an unspoken understanding that transcended the need for detailed explanations. The whispered secrets of the asylum, the chilling visions, the tangible presence of evil, these things lingered in our subconscious, a perpetual reminder of the night we escaped the clutches of death, leaving a portion of ourselves irrevocably lost within those crumbling walls. The escape had been a physical act, a desperate scramble to freedom from the suffocating grasp of the supernatural. But the true escape, the liberation from the psychological wounds inflicted that night, would prove far more elusive. The memories, fragmented and horrifying, played on repeat in our minds, nightmares that mirrored the horrors we'd witnessed. We were scarred, marked by the experience, forever changed. The asylum's grip had loosened, but its chilling influence remained. Even now, years later, the sight of a crumbling building, the scent of damp earth, or the sound of a distant whisper can trigger a wave of primal fear, sending shivers down our spines and plunging us back into the suffocating darkness of that night. We survived the asylum, but a part of us remains trapped within its decaying walls, forever haunted by the horrors we uncovered and the secrets we barely escaped. The escape was physical, but the scars remained, a constant reminder of the darkness we had faced and the terrifying realities that lie just beyond the veil of our perception. The night we fled the asylum, the night we faced unimaginable evil, was a night we would never truly escape. The memories, the shadows, the whispers, they remain, a chilling testament to the horrors that dwell in the darkness, waiting to consume us again. Story 4, The Shadow in the City. The city breathed around Detective Isabella Izzy Diaz, a miasma of exhaust fumes, hurried footsteps, and the faint, cloying sweetness of cheap street food. It was a city that swallowed people whole, a concrete jumble teeming with anonymity and shadows long enough to conceal 1,000 secrets. Izzy, hardened by years on the force, felt the familiar knot of unease tighten in her stomach. This case was different. It wasn't a mugging, a drug deal gone wrong, or a domestic dispute spiraling out of control. This was about disappearances, baffling, chilling disappearances that defied explanation. They weren't the usual run-of-the-mill missing persons cases. These individuals vanished without a trace, leaving behind no witnesses, no struggle, no clues. Just empty apartments, silent phones, and a growing sense of dread that seemed to seep from the very pavements under Izzy's feet. The victims were diverse: a young college student, a seasoned accountant, a homeless man known only by the tattered blanket he called a bed. The only common thread was the location of their last known whereabouts, a specific, unremarkable area of the city, bordering a neglected park shrouded in an almost unnatural gloom. The whispers had started subtly, hushed conversations in dimly lit bars, anxious murmurs among the city's underbelly. It began as a local legend, a ghost story shared among late-night drinkers and insomniacs, tales of a shadow that stalked the city's edges, a malevolent entity that snatched people into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but an unsettling silence. Izzy, a pragmatist to her core, initially dismissed it as folklore, another urban legend to add to the city's already vast collection of chilling tales. But the mounting disappearances forced her to reconsider. The legend, however improbable it seemed, possessed an unsettling resonance with the reality unfolding before her. Her investigation started with the usual routines: background checks, interviews with family and friends, examination of CCTV footage. Yet, each avenue led to a dead end. The footage showed nothing unusual, the interviews yielded little information beyond the victims' mundane routines, and the background checks revealed nothing that linked them beyond their unexplained disappearance from the same area. The park, a sprawling expanse of neglected trees and overgrown bushes, held a strange, oppressive silence. It was the kind of quiet that wasn't natural, a vacuum devoid of the usual city sounds, the distant sirens, the rumble of traffic, the cacophony of human voices. It felt watched. Izzy spent hours combing through the park, her flashlight cutting a fragile swathe through the darkness. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. She found nothing concrete, no discarded belongings, no signs of a struggle. Yet, a primal fear, a deep-seated unease, clung to her like a second skin. The silence was suffocating, the stillness broken only by the rustling of unseen things in the undergrowth. It felt as if the very trees were holding their breath, waiting. She started digging deeper into the local legend. She tracked down old newspaper articles, obscure folklore texts, and whispered accounts from residents who lived near the park. The stories were fragmented, filled with gaps and inconsistencies, yet a horrifying pattern emerged. The accounts spoke of a shadow, a darkness that moved with unnatural speed and grace, a being that appeared only in the periphery, a fleeting glimpse at the edge of vision. It was a creature that fed on fear, its power amplified by the city's collective anxieties. Izzy learned about local rituals, forgotten practices whispered from generation to generation, ceremonies performed under the cover of darkness, meant to appease or perhaps even to summon the entity lurking within the park's shadows. The rituals were shrouded in secrecy, protected by oaths and unspoken rules. Izzy uncovered fragmented descriptions of objects used in these rituals, ancient symbols etched onto stones, strange herbs and potions, and disturbing artifacts that hinted at a history far older than the city itself. She discovered that the disappearances weren't random. They followed a pattern, a chilling rhythm that mirrored the phases of the moon. The victims weren't chosen at random. There were subtle connections, almost imperceptible links that Izzy only noticed after weeks of painstaking research. Each victim seemed to share a specific trait, a particular vulnerability that made them susceptible to the entity's influence, a kind of psychic resonance that drew them towards the park's heart, towards the center of the darkness. The deeper Izzy delved, the more unsettling her findings became. She started experiencing strange occurrences herself, fleeting visions at the edge of her perception, whispered voices that seemed to come from nowhere, a pervasive sense of being watched. The city itself seemed to be whispering secrets, revealing hidden connections and long-forgotten histories. The more she learned, the more she realized how little she knew. The urban legend wasn't just a story, it was a reflection of a dark undercurrent, a hidden reality that existed alongside the city's bustling life. The shadow wasn't merely a figment of the collective imagination, it was a tangible force, a predatory entity that fed on the city's fear, its power growing with each unanswered question. Izzy realized she was playing a dangerous game, that her investigation had crossed a line into the realm of the supernatural. The city's darkness had claimed her, drawing her into its unsettling embrace. She was no longer just a detective investigating a string of disappearances. She was a participant in a terrifying game of cat and mouse with something ancient and immensely powerful. The city held its breath, waiting to see who would be claimed next. The shadow was patient, its presence a suffocating weight, a constant reminder of its power. The whispers intensified, a chorus of fear emanating from the shadows, and the very air crackled with a sense of impending doom. Izzy knew that time was running out, that she was running out of time. The city was waiting, and the shadow was watching. And she was not only investigating the legend, she was becoming a part of it. The final piece of the puzzle arrived in the form of an anonymous package delivered to her doorstep. Inside was a worn leather-bound book filled with strange symbols and disturbing illustrations, a book that detailed the history of the shadow, its origins, and its connection to the city's forgotten past. The book described rituals and sacrifices, echoing the whispers and legends Izzy had already gathered. It spoke of a power that drew on the city's fear, growing stronger with each disappearance, a force that could not be easily contained. The book detailed the final ritual, a culmination of the ancient ceremonies, a ritual that would unleash the full power of the shadow, plunging the city into eternal darkness. The ritual's date was ominously close, a date that coincided with the next full moon, a date that loomed like a specter over the city. Izzy knew she had to stop it, even if it meant confronting the unimaginable horrors that lay in wait, even if it meant facing the darkness at the heart of the city, alone. The city was no longer her ally, it was a participant, unwilling or unwitting, in a terrifying game of survival. The fate of the city, perhaps even more than her own, hung in the balance. The weight of the city, its shadows and secrets, pressed down on her, a crushing burden. She had to find a way to break the cycle of fear and silence, to confront the ancient entity and save the city from itself. The shadow was not merely a legend, it was a terrifying reality. And Izzy Diaz, hardened detective, was about to face her greatest fear. The leather-bound book felt cold in Izzy's hands, the worn pages brittle under her fingertips. The illustrations were grotesque, a horrifying bestiary of shadow creatures, their forms shifting and indistinct, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The symbols were unlike anything she'd ever seen, a language older than any known alphabet, a script etched in the very fabric of fear. Each page seemed to whisper secrets, to exhale a chilling aura that seeped into her bones. It spoke of a creature born from the city's anxieties, a being that thrived on fear and despair, its power growing exponentially with each victim it claimed. The book detailed a history of disappearances stretching back centuries, a dark tapestry woven from the city's collective subconscious. It described rituals, meticulously documented, each step a chilling invitation to the shadow's malevolent presence. The rituals involved sacrifices, offerings meant to appease the entity, to maintain a fragile balance between the mundane and the supernatural. But the book also suggested that the sacrifices weren't merely appeasements, they were a source of power, feeding the shadow, strengthening its influence over the city. Izzy traced the symbols with her finger, a strange tingling sensation spreading through her hand. The more she learned, the more the city's mundane reality began to unravel, revealing a terrifying layer of the supernatural beneath the surface. The seemingly ordinary streets and buildings transformed in her mind's eye, each shadow stretching, twisting, becoming an ominous extension of the entity's presence. The city lights pulsed with a malevolent rhythm, the hum of traffic transforming into a chilling dirge. The book described the final ritual, a culmination of centuries of fear and sacrifice, a ritual that would unleash the shadow's full potential, shattering the fragile barrier between the mundane world and the abyss that lay beyond. The ritual required a specific configuration of celestial alignment, a confluence of astrological events that would only occur once every 100 years. And that date, ominously close, was the upcoming full moon. A wave of nausea washed over Izzy. The full moon. The cycle of disappearances had followed the lunar phases, a terrifying pattern she'd only recently begun to understand. It wasn't a coincidence. The shadow's power was tied to the moon, fueled by its celestial energy. The full moon was not just a celestial event, it was a gateway, a moment of vulnerability when the veil between worlds thinned, when the shadow's influence would reach its peak. The ritual, according to the book, required a specific offering, a person untouched by fear, someone who embodied purity and innocence. A stark contrast to the fear that the shadow consumed. The book hinted that this offering would act as a catalyst, unlocking the shadow's true power, plunging the city into an eternal night, a realm of unending darkness ruled by the entity's malevolent will. The sheer scale of the threat was overwhelming. It wasn't just about stopping a serial killer or apprehending a cult. It was about confronting a supernatural entity whose power was intertwined with the city's very essence. Izzy felt a cold dread creep into her heart. The book wasn't just a historical document, it was a roadmap to the apocalypse. Izzy spent the following days immersed in the book, trying to decipher the cryptic symbols and understand the intricacies of the ritual. She cross-referenced the information with her earlier findings, piecing together the fragments of information she had gathered from whispered legends, forgotten rituals, and the unsettling connections between the victims. The city felt different now, charged with an almost palpable energy, a sense of impending doom. The shadows seemed to deepen, to writhe with a malevolent life of their own. She realized that the victims weren't chosen randomly. They weren't merely victims of a predator. They were pieces in a grand, horrifying game, each one carefully selected to fulfill a specific role in the ritual. The book hinted at a complex system of symbolism, linking the victims' personalities and life experiences to specific elements of the ritual. It was a macabre puzzle, a perverse dance orchestrated by an ancient malevolent intelligence. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Izzy. She couldn't fail. The fate of the city rested on her shoulders. She was no longer just a detective chasing shadows. She was the city's last hope, the final line of defense against the primal, supernatural threat. She needed to understand the ritual, to find a way to disrupt it, to prevent the shadow from claiming the city and plunging it into eternal darkness. Izzy started meticulously mapping out the ritual's stages, identifying the locations mentioned in the book and cross-referencing them with the locations of the victims' disappearances. She found chilling connections, a hidden pattern that painted a horrifying picture. The ritual wasn't just a symbolic act, it was a carefully orchestrated sequence of events, each step designed to amplify the shadow's power and prepare it for its final, catastrophic act. The places mentioned were not just random locations, they were significant points of power, places where the city's energies converged, places that resonated with ancient ley lines and forgotten spiritual currents. The locations described in the book echoed locations she'd encountered in her investigation, sites where she had felt an inexplicable unease, locations that seemed to emanate an almost palpable sense of dread. Time was running out. The full moon was only days away. Izzy knew she had to act quickly, to gather her resources and prepare for the final confrontation. She sought out the help of Dr. Alistair Reed, a professor of esoteric studies, a man who had spent years researching the city's occult history. He was initially skeptical, but the evidence laid out by Izzy, the horrifying details from the ancient book, shattered his disbelief. Reed confirmed the book's authenticity and helped Izzy understand the intricate symbolism woven into the ritual's description. He identified the specific locations as places of immense spiritual significance, locations where the veil between worlds was thin, places where the shadow could easily gain a foothold. He explained the ritual's purpose, its terrible consequences, and the inherent dangers involved in confronting an entity of such immense power. Armed with Reed's expertise and the information from the book, Izzy began preparing for a confrontation unlike any she had ever faced. This was not about arresting a criminal, it was about engaging in a cosmic battle, a fight against an ancient evil that threatened to consume the city and everything she held dear. The weight of responsibility was almost unbearable, but Izzy pressed on, fueled by a desperate determination to save the city from the shadow that lurked in its heart. The city waited, breathless, unaware of the cosmic horror that threatened to engulf it, its fate hanging in the balance. The shadows lengthened, the whispers intensified, and Izzy knew that the final battle was about to begin. The full moon hung heavy in the sky, its ominous light casting long, distorted shadows across the cityscape, a chilling portent of the coming darkness. The initial investigation had focused on seemingly disparate incidents, missing persons, unexplained deaths, strange symbols found at crime scenes. Now, piecing together the information from the ancient book and Dr. Reed's expertise, a horrifying pattern emerged, revealing a meticulously planned operation orchestrated by a clandestine cult. Their aim was not mere murder or mayhem, it was to unleash an ancient, malevolent entity upon the city. The cult, dubbed the Obsidian Circle by Reed, based on recurring symbols found at ritual sites, operated in complete secrecy, their members seemingly ordinary citizens, professionals, families, even members of the city's government. Their influence was insidious, woven into the fabric of the city's daily life, making them almost impossible to detect. The book described them as guardians of the shadow, individuals who served the entity, believing its reign would usher in a new era of power and control, an age of darkness where the weak would be purged and the strong would rule. Reed explained that the cult's activities were not random acts of violence, but precisely timed rituals, each designed to strengthen the entity's influence and prepare for the final, apocalyptic rite. The missing persons weren't simply victims, they were offerings, meticulously selected according to a complex system of symbolism that linked their personal attributes to specific astrological and elemental correspondences. Their deaths weren't merely killings, they were sacrifices, intended to appease and nourish the entity. One of the most disturbing discoveries was the cult's manipulation of the city's infrastructure. The book detailed how the cult had subtly altered the city's energy grid, redirecting currents to create nodes of power that amplified the shadow's influence. Certain locations, identified by Izzy as sites of extreme unease, were revealed to be focal points for these energy manipulations, places where the veil between worlds thinned. These were not mere coincidence. The locations were chosen deliberately, acting as anchors for the entity's power, drawing it into the city. The Obsidian Circle's activities weren't limited to physical manipulations, they extended into the psychological realm. Izzy discovered evidence suggesting the cult utilized subliminal messaging and psychological conditioning to spread fear and despair throughout the city, inadvertently feeding the shadow's power. News reports, social media posts, even seemingly innocuous advertisements, contained subtle cues, symbols, phrases, images, all designed to instill a sense of unease, to amplify the city's collective anxieties, and to ultimately create a fertile ground for the shadow's growth. Izzy and Reed examined the recovered cult artifacts, strange objects imbued with dark energy, intricately carved amulets, unsettling sculptures, and ancient texts filled with chilling prophecies and instructions for the ritual. These objects weren't simply relics, they were conduits for the entity's power, amplifiers that helped the cult channel and control the shadow's influence. The cult's hierarchy, as described in the book, was rigidly structured. At its apex was a figure known only as the Obsidian Hand, a mysterious individual shrouded in secrecy, whose identity remained unknown. Below the Obsidian Hand were several layers of initiates, each with specific roles and responsibilities in the ritual preparations. The cult operated on a system of secrecy and trust, with members bound by an oath of silence and a fear of betrayal. The book detailed the different stages of the cult's rituals. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence, they were meticulously planned events, performed under specific astrological configurations and in designated locations. The rituals involved chants, incantations, and specific physical acts, all designed to awaken and empower the entity. Each successful ritual brought the shadow closer to its full manifestation, increasing its influence over the city and inching closer to the final apocalyptic event. Izzy discovered that the cult had been subtly influencing the city's political and social structures for decades, manipulating events to ensure the success of their plans. Their reach was far-reaching, extending into all aspects of city life. They used their positions of power to gain access to resources, information, and influence, working within the system to erode trust, spread chaos, and pave the way for the entity's arrival. The full moon was fast approaching, and with it, the culmination of the cult's centuries-long plan. The final ritual, the culmination of countless sacrifices and manipulations, was poised to unleash the shadow in its full terrifying glory. The stakes were higher than ever. The city hung precariously on the brink of total destruction. The ancient book, along with Reed's expertise, became their only weapon against an ancient and formidable enemy. The countdown had begun. Izzy and Reed were racing against time to unravel the remaining mysteries of the Obsidian Circle, expose their plot, and prevent the unimaginable catastrophe that threatened to engulf the city. The city's fate rested on their shoulders, and the weight of that responsibility pressed heavily upon them as they delved deeper into the heart of the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The cult's reach extended beyond the city limits, Izzy discovered, with evidence suggesting a wider network of similar groups operating across the globe. These groups were not independent entities, but rather branches of a larger, more ancient organization, a network of power that transcended national borders and cultural differences. This realization heightened the stakes, transforming a local threat into a global crisis, a battle against an ancient, pervasive evil that had been subtly manipulating events for centuries. Dr. Reed, with his extensive knowledge of esoteric studies, began to unravel the cult's historical connections, tracing their origins back through centuries of occult history, uncovering hidden connections to long-forgotten rituals and obscure religious movements. The cult's practices were not simply barbaric acts of violence, they were ancient rituals, imbued with immense spiritual power, designed to awaken forces beyond human comprehension. Izzy's investigation revealed the cult's intricate use of symbolism, embedded within seemingly innocuous objects and locations. The recurring obsidian symbol, a stylized black circle with a jagged edge, appeared in seemingly mundane places: a corporate logo, a street sign, a piece of jewelry, always subtly placed, always hinting at the cult's presence. This insidious manipulation extended to the very architecture of the city, with ancient ley lines and forgotten spiritual currents influencing the positioning of key locations used in the cult's rituals. As the full moon drew closer, Izzy and Reed intensified their efforts, working tirelessly to gather evidence and identify the remaining members of the Obsidian Circle. They discovered that the cult was not merely a group of individuals but a network of seemingly unrelated people, bound together by a shared ideology and a terrifying purpose. The members worked independently, their actions seemingly unrelated, making identification and apprehension difficult and incredibly dangerous. The pressure mounted. The city, oblivious to the impending doom, went about its daily routine, unaware of the terrifying forces at play. The whispers grew louder, the shadows deepened, the sense of impending doom becoming almost palpable. Izzy and Reed knew they were running out of time. The final ritual was imminent. They had to act swiftly and decisively to dismantle the cult and prevent the unimaginable consequences. The city held its breath, unaware of the battle being fought in the shadows, a battle that would determine its fate. The weight of the world rested on the shoulders of two individuals, fighting against the encroaching darkness, a fight that could decide the future of their city, perhaps even the world. The shadows stretched long and menacing in the fading light. The final countdown had begun. The full moon shone ominously bright, a harbinger of the impending horror. The relentless pursuit of answers led Izzy and Dr. Reed deeper into the labyrinthine underbelly of the city. Their investigation had shifted from a simple missing persons case to a desperate race against time to thwart a cataclysmic event. The ancient book, a grimoire of chilling prophecies and ritualistic instructions, became their roadmap through the darkness. Each page revealed a new layer of horror, a deeper understanding of the Obsidian Circle's terrifying plan. One particularly disturbing entry detailed the cult's meticulous selection process for their sacrifices. It wasn't random, it was a precise, calculated process. Individuals were chosen based on a complex system of astrological alignments, numerological correspondences, and seemingly arbitrary personal attributes. Their birthdays, blood types, even their astrological charts, were factored into a sinister equation designed to maximize their sacrificial value, to amplify the power of the ritual. Izzy found chilling parallels between the victims' profiles and the symbols found at the ritual sites, further solidifying her understanding of the cult's terrifyingly precise methodology. The victims weren't merely casualties, they were components, essential ingredients in a macabre ritual designed to unleash unimaginable horrors. The book also detailed the cult's manipulation of the city's infrastructure, going far beyond the energy grid manipulation. They had subtly altered the city's water supply, introducing subtle contaminants designed to weaken the populace and create a state of psychological vulnerability, making them more susceptible to the shadow's influence. The water wasn't merely sustenance, it was a vector for psychological manipulation, a means of weakening the city's defenses from the inside. This insidious attack on the city's very lifeblood was a chilling display of the cult's ruthlessness and their long-term planning. The city's infrastructure wasn't merely physical, it was a network of conduits for their influence, subtly altering the very fabric of daily life. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, focused on deciphering the ancient language found within the book. He discovered that it was a dialect of a long-forgotten tongue, a language of power that resonated with the entity they were trying to stop. The incantations and chants, translated with painstaking effort, were terrifying, revealing the cult's desperate attempts to awaken forces beyond human comprehension. The words weren't merely sounds, they were keys, unlocking doors to other dimensions and drawing the entity closer. Each syllable, each phrase, was a step closer to the apocalypse. Their investigation took them to abandoned buildings, forgotten underground tunnels, and eerie locations throughout the city. Each site echoed with the lingering energy of past rituals, a tangible sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. Izzy found herself increasingly susceptible to the creeping unease, a sense of being watched, a subtle whisper in the shadows. The city itself felt different, heavier, infused with an ominous energy. It was no longer just a city, it was a battleground, a stage for an ancient conflict between humanity and something beyond human understanding. As they delved deeper, they discovered hidden caches of cult artifacts, each more unsettling than the last. These weren't merely decorative objects, they were conduits of dark energy, tools designed to amplify the entity's power. The artifacts resonated with a chilling power, pulsating with a malevolent energy that seemed to drain the life out of the room. They handled these objects with extreme caution, aware that even a brief touch could have unforeseen consequences. The atmosphere in the room changed as they unearthed each artifact, the air growing thick with dread, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. One particular artifact, a tarnished silver chalice, caught their attention. The chalice was intricately carved with symbols that mirrored those found at the ritual sites. It was more than a vessel, it was a focus point, a conduit for channeling the entity's energy. Analyzing the chalice revealed traces of a strange, viscous substance, a dark residue that seemed to absorb light. It was the physical manifestation of the shadow's power, a tangible link to the entity's presence in the city. They also uncovered evidence of the cult's sophisticated propaganda campaign. Subliminal messages were seamlessly interwoven into everyday media, slowly eroding the collective psyche of the city. News reports, social media posts, even children's cartoons contained subtle cues, symbols, phrases, images, all designed to instill a sense of fear, paranoia, and despair, preparing the city for the arrival of the entity. The cult's infiltration of the city's government was more extensive than they'd initially realized. Izzy discovered that several key figures, including city council members and even members of the police department, were secretly affiliated with the Obsidian Circle. Their influence extended to every level of society, subtly manipulating events to ensure the success of the cult's plans. This realization shattered Izzy's trust in the system, leaving her with a chilling sense of helplessness. The closer they got to the full moon, the more frantic their efforts became. The final ritual was imminent, and the city remained blissfully unaware of the cataclysmic event about to befall it. They worked day and night, piecing together clues, identifying cult members, and desperately trying to develop a plan to stop them. The pressure was immense, the stakes impossibly high. The fate of the city, and perhaps even the world, rested on their shoulders. The final piece of the puzzle came in the form of a cryptic message, hidden within a seemingly innocuous painting in the city hall. The painting, depicting a pastoral scene, contained a hidden message in the brushstrokes, a coded message revealing the location of the final ritual. This location was a disused subway tunnel deep beneath the city, a place shrouded in darkness and forgotten by time. As the full moon rose, casting a long, ominous shadow over the city, Izzy and Reed prepared for their final confrontation. The city slumbered, oblivious to the darkness that was about to engulf it. They were racing against time, their every move filled with a desperate hope, against an ancient evil that had been patiently waiting for centuries. The weight of the world pressed heavily on their shoulders as they stepped into the abyss, prepared to face the shadow. The air hung thick and heavy, a suffocating blanket woven from the city's anxieties and the palpable dread that clung to the disused subway tunnel like a second skin. Izzy, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, gripped her flashlight tighter, its beam cutting a fragile swathe through the oppressive darkness. Dr. Reed, his face pale and etched with exhaustion, followed close behind, his breath misting in the frigid air. The stench of damp earth and decay filled their nostrils, a grim perfume announcing their arrival in the heart of the Obsidian Circle's lair. The tunnel stretched before them, an inky maw swallowing the light, a subterranean labyrinth echoing with the drip, drip, drip of unseen water. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic thump of their own hearts, a counterpoint to the ominous hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls, a low, resonant thrumming that vibrated through their bones. It was the city's heartbeat, distorted, corrupted, pulsing with the malevolent energy of the approaching ritual. They had followed the cryptic message hidden within the city hall painting, a trail of coded brushstrokes that led them to this forgotten place, this subterranean tomb. The painting, seemingly innocent, had revealed a map, a network of forgotten tunnels beneath the city, culminating in this particular access point, a crumbling, almost invisible entrance disguised as a collapsed section of the old aqueduct. The Obsidian Circle had chosen their location well. The forgotten tunnels were a perfect sanctuary, a hidden space where they could carry out their ritual without fear of discovery. As they moved deeper into the tunnel, the temperature dropped, the air growing colder, denser. The hum intensified, becoming a palpable presence, pressing down on them, a suffocating weight. The walls, slick with moisture, seemed to close in, their rough surfaces adorned with strange markings, symbols similar to those found on the cult artifacts, hinting at the ancient and terrible power at play. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared in the distance, a malevolent spark in the abyss. It grew closer, resolving into the wavering illumination of numerous torches, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the tunnel walls. The sound of chanting reached them, a guttural, unsettling chorus that resonated with a primal, horrifying power. It was the language from the grimoire, the language of power, a chilling symphony of invocation. They rounded a bend, and the sight that greeted them stole their breath. In a vast cavern, bathed in the flickering torchlight, stood the Obsidian Circle. Dozens of figures, cloaked and hooded, formed a circle around a makeshift altar, their faces hidden in shadow, their chants rising in a crescendo of terrifying intensity. The altar itself was a macabre spectacle, a grotesque edifice constructed from human bones and adorned with unsettling symbols. In the center, atop the altar, lay a young woman, her body pale and lifeless, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. This was the chosen sacrifice, the culmination of the cult's meticulous selection process. Izzy and Reed exchanged a grim look. This was it, their final confrontation. The moment of truth. There was no turning back. They had to act swiftly, decisively. Any hesitation, any mistake, could cost them everything. As they approached, the chanting intensified, growing louder, more frenzied. The cultists turned, their faces obscured by shadow, but their eyes burned with a fanatical zeal, a horrifying devotion. A palpable sense of malevolent energy crackled in the air, a sinister power that made the hairs on their necks stand on end. One of the cultists stepped forward, a towering figure whose stature seemed to amplify the ominous atmosphere. His hood fell back, revealing a face contorted by fanaticism, eyes glowing with a disturbing intensity. It was Councilman Thorne, a respected member of the city council, a man Izzy had once trusted. His betrayal sent a chilling wave of disillusionment through her. "You dare interfere?" Thorne's voice, amplified by the acoustics of the cavern, was a chilling rasp, laced with menace. "This is a sacred ritual, a necessary sacrifice. You cannot stop us. You're sacrificing innocent people to unleash an ancient evil," Izzy retorted, her voice firm despite her fear. "This has to stop." Thorne laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed through the cavern. "You don't understand the power we wield, the forces we summon. This city, this world, will be reborn in fire and shadow. And you will witness its glorious transformation." The other cultists echoed his words, their chants rising to a fever pitch, their voices merging into a single, monstrous roar. The air crackled with energy, a tangible sense of impending doom. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble, the walls echoing with the mounting power of the ritual. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, was studying the ritual, trying to find a weakness, a way to disrupt it. He recognized the incantations, the gestures, the precise movements of the cultists. They were mirroring the rituals described in the ancient grimoire, the actions designed to awaken the entity they were trying to stop. He spotted it, a small, almost imperceptible detail in the altar's construction. A specific arrangement of bones, a hidden symbol, a point of vulnerability within the ritual itself. If they could disrupt this specific point, they could potentially disrupt the entire ritual, stopping the entity's awakening. "Izzy," Reed whispered, his voice barely audible above the chanting, "the bones, the arrangement, it's a key. If we can disrupt that, we might stand a chance." Izzy understood. It was a gamble, a desperate attempt to avert the apocalypse. But it was their only hope. With a surge of adrenaline, she drew her weapon, a small but powerful device designed to disrupt energy fields. She moved swiftly, weaving through the circle of chanting cultists, her target the vulnerable point on the altar. The cultists reacted instantly, their frenzy escalating as they lunged at her. The confrontation that followed was a brutal, chaotic melee. Izzy fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, her every move precise and deadly. Dr. Reed used his knowledge of the ritual to distract the cultists, creating openings for Izzy to strike. The cavern became a battleground, filled with the clash of weapons, the screams of the cultists, and the desperate cries of Izzy and Reed as they fought against overwhelming odds. The air filled with the scent of sweat, blood, and fear. The battle raged on, a desperate struggle against time and an ancient evil, each strike a testament to their unwavering resolve, each moment a fight for survival in the heart of the city's hidden darkness. The weight of the city, the fate of countless lives, hung in the balance, determined by the outcome of this violent, terrifying struggle. The full moon, a malevolent eye in the sky, watched silently as their epic battle unfolded in the echoing shadows of the forgotten tunnel, the culmination of their relentless pursuit, a desperate bid to save a city from an unimaginable apocalypse. The outcome remained uncertain, hanging precariously in the balance as the clash of steel and the desperate cries of the combatants filled the air. Story 5: The Cursed Artifact. The struggle was brutal, a chaotic ballet of desperate strikes and desperate dodges. Izzy, fueled by adrenaline and righteous fury, moved like a wraith, her weapon a blur of motion as she targeted the vulnerable point on the altar. Each successful strike sent a tremor through the cavern, a ripple in the malevolent energy that pulsed through the ritual. Reed, meanwhile, acted as a shield, his knowledge of the ritual allowing him to anticipate the cultists' moves, diverting their attacks and creating openings for Izzy to exploit. He fought with the precision of a surgeon, his movements calculated and deliberate, his eyes never leaving the shifting patterns of the ritual. Councilman Thorne, his fanaticism bordering on madness, fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast. His eyes, blazing with a terrifying light, were fixated on Izzy, his every movement aimed at stopping her. He wielded a ceremonial dagger, its blade glinting wickedly in the torchlight, each swing imbued with the dark energy of the ritual. He was a formidable opponent, his years of political maneuvering translating into a cunning and ruthless fighting style. The other cultists, their faces hidden in shadow, fought with a chilling uniformity, their movements synchronized, their attacks relentless. They were a well-oiled machine, their collective power amplified by their shared belief, their blind faith in Thorne's leadership, and their unwavering commitment to the ritual. They were a force of nature, a tide of darkness threatening to engulf Izzy and Reed. The air grew thick with the scent of blood and sweat, the sounds of combat echoing through the cavern. The ground trembled with the intensity of the ritual, the very stones seeming to vibrate with the malevolent energy. The fight was a blur of motion, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. Yet, Izzy and Reed fought on, their determination fueled by a sense of duty, a shared understanding of the stakes. They fought not only for their own lives, but for the lives of countless others, for the very soul of the city. Just as Izzy felt her strength waning, a sudden tremor shook the cavern. A section of the tunnel wall crumbled, revealing a dark, gaping hole. From this chasm, a chilling wind swept through the cavern, carrying with it a scent of decay and a palpable sense of dread. The chanting intensified, becoming a cacophony of guttural roars that vibrated deep within their bones. The ground beneath their feet seemed to writhe, the air thick with a malevolent energy that pressed down on them, a suffocating weight. From the newly revealed opening, a figure emerged. Tall and gaunt, shrouded in shadow, it moved with an unnatural grace, its form shifting and flickering like a mirage. Its face was hidden, but a low, guttural growl echoed through the cavern, a sound that spoke of ancient evils and unimaginable horrors. The creature radiated an aura of pure malevolence, a chilling energy that seeped into their very souls. Thorne, seeing the creature, let out a triumphant roar. "The gate is open," he shrieked, his voice filled with ecstatic madness. "The power is ours. The city will be reborn." Izzy and Reed exchanged the look of grim determination. They had disrupted the ritual, weakened the entity, but it was far from over. The creature was upon them, and they were facing an ancient, primordial evil, a force beyond human comprehension. They were facing their darkest fears made manifest. As the creature lunged towards them, Izzy and Reed were forced to retreat, using the chaos of the battle to their advantage. They fought their way through the cultists, each strike precise and deadly, buying themselves precious time. They were fighting a desperate battle for survival, battling against the immense power of this ancient entity, its malevolent influence seeping into every corner of the cavern. The air itself crackled with a power that threatened to tear them apart. During the chaotic retreat, Izzy stumbled upon a hidden alcove. Inside, partially obscured by debris, lay a small wooden chest, intricately carved with ancient symbols. She recognized the symbols. They were identical to those on the altar and in the grimoire. With a surge of adrenaline, she pried open the chest. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, lay a small, tarnished silver amulet. It pulsed faintly with a malevolent energy, mirroring the throbbing energy emanating from the creature. As she touched it, a wave of images flooded her mind, visions of ancient rituals, blood sacrifices, and unspeakable horrors. She saw the artifact's creation, a dark ritual conducted centuries ago, meant to bind an entity of unimaginable power. The amulet wasn't merely an artifact, it was a key, a conduit to the entity itself. Understanding flooded her. The obsidian circle hadn't summoned the entity, they had merely awakened it, using the ritual to break the amulet's ancient seal. The artifact was the true source of the entity's power, and if they could destroy it, they might still have a chance to stop it. The amulet pulsed violently, its malevolent energy growing stronger, drawing power from the entity itself. Reed understood the situation immediately. "We have to destroy it," he yelled, his voice strained, over the sounds of the battle raging around them. "It's the source of its power." Izzy nodded, her eyes fixated on the amulet. She knew the risk. The amulet's energy was volatile, dangerous. Destroying it could unleash a catastrophic wave of dark energy. But they had no choice. Their only chance of survival, of saving the city, lay in destroying the amulet and severing the connection between the entity and its earthly anchor. With newfound determination, Izzy focused her weapon on the amulet. She aimed carefully, preparing to unleash the maximum power of the device. She felt the amulet's malevolent energy thrumming, a chilling force pressing against her, trying to resist, to stop her. But she held her ground. This was their final stand. The fate of the city, indeed perhaps the world, hung in the balance. With a deep breath, Izzy unleashed the weapon's full power. A blinding flash of light filled the alcove, followed by a deafening roar that echoed through the cavern. The ground trembled violently, the air itself seemed to crackle and tear. When the light subsided, the amulet was gone, reduced to nothing but dust. A wave of immense energy washed over them, a chilling surge of darkness that threatened to overwhelm them. The creature, now severed from its earthly anchor, shrieked in fury and agony, its form flickering and twisting. It was weakening, losing its power. The cultists, their fanaticism broken, scattered in terror, their chanting fading into whimpers. Thorn, his eyes wide with fear, collapsed to his knees, his body racked with pain. The cavern fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, replaced by a strange, unsettling calm. The energy that had filled the air subsided, leaving behind an eerie quietude. The entity was gone, banished back to the abyss from whence it came, the gate closed, thanks to the destruction of the cursed artifact. Izzy and Reed stood there, exhausted but alive, the weight of the world lifted from their shoulders. The city was safe, for now. But the experience would forever be etched in their minds, a chilling reminder of the hidden darkness that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. The antique dealer's discovery had proven far more devastating than anyone could have imagined. The silence following the destruction of the amulet was more unnerving than the preceding chaos. It wasn't the quiet of peace, but the unnerving hush before a storm. Izzy and Reed, leaning against each other for support, felt the lingering chill of the unleashed energy, a phantom touch that seemed to burrow into their very bones. The cavern, once pulsating with malevolent energy, now held a strange stillness, a void that seemed to swallow sound itself. The air, heavy with the scent of ozone and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul, hung thick and suffocating. Reed, his face pale and drawn, checked his pulse. He was alive, miraculously so, but the strain on his body was evident. He looked at Izzy, her face etched with exhaustion and a haunted look that spoke volumes of the horrors they had witnessed. "We did it," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "We stopped it." But the words felt hollow, devoid of the triumph they should have held. The victory felt tainted, overshadowed by the lingering dread. The sense of relief was fragile, constantly threatened by the unsettling stillness of the cavern and the lingering echoes of the ancient evil they had faced. The immediate aftermath of the battle was a scene of devastation. The cavern was littered with the remnants of the ritual, shattered ceremonial objects, broken weapons, and the scattered bodies of the cultists, their faces contorted in death, a grotesque tableau of their fanaticism. Thorn, still breathing, lay amidst the debris, his eyes vacant, his body shuddering with convulsions. He was a broken man, his dreams of power shattered, his faith in the entity crushed. As they began to navigate the wreckage, a low groan echoed from the collapsed tunnel wall. Cautiously, Izzy and Reed approached, their weapons raised. They discovered a hidden chamber, its entrance previously obscured by the rubble. Inside, they found a series of ancient scrolls, bound in leather that was brittle with age, their pages filled with cryptic symbols and unsettling illustrations. They seemed to be a continuation of the grimoire they had seen earlier, detailing the history of the Obsidian Circle and the origins of the artifact. The scrolls spoke of a time long before recorded history, a time of ancient gods and forgotten rituals. They described the creation of the amulet, a process involving unspeakable sacrifices and dark magic, a ritual designed to bind an entity of unimaginable power to the mortal realm. The amulet, they learned, was not merely a conduit to the entity, it was a prison, a vessel designed to contain its boundless energy. The Obsidian Circle, far from being the creators of the evil, were its unwitting jailers, and their clumsy ritual had unintentionally released it. As Izzy and Reed deciphered the cryptic texts, the true extent of the artifact's curse began to reveal itself. The curse wasn't limited to the cavern, it extended far beyond, reaching out to touch the lives of those connected to the amulet, those who had handled it or even come into its proximity. The scrolls hinted at a chain of events, a domino effect of misfortunes and tragedies, stretching back centuries, a trail of suffering and despair directly linked to the artifact's malevolent influence. The first sign of the expanding curse manifested back in the city, where the antique dealer, Mr. Silas Blackwood, lay in his shop, a victim of an inexplicable illness. His normally sharp mind was now clouded with confusion, his body racked with pain. He would mutter about shadows and whispers, about the amulet pulsating within his grasp. Doctors were baffled, unable to diagnose his condition, their scientific instruments incapable of detecting the supernatural affliction that was slowly consuming him. The curse's reach extended beyond Silas. His family, too, were plagued by strange misfortunes. His daughter, Sarah, suffered a series of bizarre accidents, each one seemingly coincidental yet undeniably connected, her injuries mirroring the grotesque illustrations in the scrolls. His wife, Eleanor, was consumed by a deep, inexplicable depression, haunted by vivid nightmares of a monstrous entity. Their life, once peaceful and ordinary, was now shattered, fractured by the malevolent influence of the amulet. The curse was spreading, its tendrils reaching out into their lives, twisting their destinies. Then, there was the case of Detective Miller, the police officer initially investigating Silas's strange behavior. Miller, a hardened investigator who had seen his fair share of crime, found himself unable to comprehend the growing wave of disturbing events. He started having vivid nightmares about the ritual in the cavern, visions so realistic he woke up in a cold sweat. He began to exhibit symptoms similar to Silas, his once sharp mind becoming clouded, his health deteriorating. Even those who had only heard of the amulet, or who had been indirectly involved in the events surrounding its discovery, were not immune to the curse. There were reports of strange accidents and illnesses, a series of misfortunes that seemed to inexplicably cluster around those who were even remotely connected to the artifact. The more Izzy and Reed researched, the more they understood the insidious nature of the curse. It wasn't a direct, physical affliction. It was a subtle corruption, a perversion of reality, a warping of the fabric of space and time. The amulet's energy was spreading invisibly, slowly twisting the lives of those it touched, turning their lives into distorted echoes of their former selves. As they delved deeper into the chilling history, the weight of their actions settled upon them. They had stopped the immediate threat, but they had only contained the curse, not eradicated it. The artifact's malevolent energy, though suppressed, was still present, a latent force waiting to be unleashed. The city was safe for now, but the shadow of the curse lingered, a silent menace waiting in the wings, ready to strike again. The true extent of the damage might not be apparent for years, even decades, leaving Izzy and Reed with a chilling realization. Their victory was only a temporary reprieve. They had only bought the city time. The curse was still there, silent, waiting, ready to claim more victims. The unsettling quiet in the cavern was, in truth, a deceptive calm. The fight was far from over. The aftermath of the battle was but the beginning of a long and harrowing struggle. The journey back to the city was fraught with tension and foreboding. Izzy and Reed, exhausted but determined, carried the weight of their knowledge, the burden of their responsibility. They knew the city was only temporarily safe. The curse of the artifact was far from extinguished, and the horrifying events that followed the artifact's discovery were a chilling testament to the slow and insidious nature of the ancient evil. The silence of their return was heavy with the unspoken understanding of the immense task that lay ahead, the relentless pursuit of those shadows that seemed to lurk just beyond the edges of visibility. The ordeal had changed them, leaving an indelible mark on their minds, etching the memory of the horrors they had witnessed into their very souls. There were survivors, yes, but survivors burdened with a terrible secret, a knowledge that would forever haunt their waking moments and darken their dreams. The battle might be over, but the war had just begun. The city slept unaware, yet the darkness had been alerted, the curse had merely been delayed, and somewhere in the darkness, a sinister patience awaited. The drive back to the city was a blur, the familiar streets now seeming alien and menacing under the oppressive weight of their discovery. The silence in the car was punctuated only by the rhythmic thump of the tires on the asphalt, a counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of their racing hearts. Izzy, staring out the window, watched the city lights blur into streaks of color, each one a potential victim of the spreading curse. The cheerful glow of shop windows, the laughter of passers-by, all felt strangely discordant, a jarring contrast to the chilling reality they carried within them. Reed, his gaze fixed on the road, fought the creeping despair that threatened to consume him. He'd faced death before, stared into the abyss of the unknown, but this was different. This wasn't a singular threat, a single enemy to conquer. This was a creeping evil, a pervasive darkness that seeped into the very fabric of existence, twisting reality and corrupting everything it touched. They arrived at Izzy's apartment, the familiar comfort of her home feeling strangely inadequate, a fragile shield against the encroaching horror. The silence within the apartment was even more unnerving than the city's muted sounds. It was a silence pregnant with unspoken fears, a silence that mirrored the silent, insidious spread of the artifact's curse. The usual mundane sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sirens, even the ticking of the clock, now seemed amplified, each sound a subtle reminder of the fragile normalcy they were desperately clinging to. That night, sleep evaded them. Izzy tossed and turned, haunted by fragmented visions of the cavern, the chanting of the cultists echoing in her dreams. The faces of the dead, their expressions twisted in agony, swam before her eyes. Reed lay beside her, his body tense, his mind racing. He found himself replaying the events of the night, dissecting their actions, searching for any mistakes, any missed clues. But there were none. They had done all they could. The curse, it seemed, was inevitable. The following days were a blur of frantic activity. They immersed themselves in research, poring over the scrolls, trying to decipher the cryptic symbols and unravel the intricate details of the artifact's history. The more they learned, the more terrifying their discovery became. The amulet wasn't merely a conduit to a malevolent entity, it was a key, unlocking a gateway to a dimension of pure, unadulterated evil. The scrolls described rituals of unimaginable horror, sacrifices offered to appease ancient gods, and the creation of the amulet itself, a process that involved the merging of human souls with the entity's essence. The effects of the curse were becoming increasingly apparent. Silas Blackwood's condition deteriorated rapidly. He was now confined to his bed, his mind a fractured landscape of fragmented memories and nightmarish visions. His family's suffering intensified. Sarah's injuries, initially dismissed as accidents, became increasingly bizarre, their patterns mirroring the grotesque illustrations in the scrolls. Eleanor's depression deepened, her nightmares becoming so vivid and terrifying that she was barely able to function. They were slowly, inescapably consumed by the artifact's malevolent energy. Detective Miller's descent into madness was equally disturbing. His once sharp investigative skills were dulled, his judgment clouded. He was plagued by the same horrifying nightmares as Izzy and Reed, visions of the ritual, the entity, the chaos of the cavern. His health deteriorated rapidly, his body mirroring the slow decay described in the scrolls. He was becoming a casualty of the same curse he was investigating. But the curse extended beyond those directly connected to the amulet. The city was subtly changing. Accidents were becoming more frequent, more bizarre. A series of inexplicable illnesses swept through the population, illnesses that defied medical explanation. The air itself seemed to crackle with a strange energy, a palpable sense of unease that permeated every corner of the city. The normalcy they craved was slipping away, replaced by a growing sense of dread. Izzy and Reed discovered a pattern in the occurrences, a subtle link connecting the victims. Each victim, either directly or indirectly, had come into contact with something, an object, a person, a place, linked to the amulet or the obsidian circle. The curse wasn't limited to physical proximity, it was a ripple effect, spreading through the city like a contagious disease of the soul. The longer they looked, the more connections they found, a chilling tapestry of misfortune woven from the malevolent threads of the artifact's influence. The once clear boundaries of reality began to blur. Strange occurrences, initially dismissed as coincidences, began to seem increasingly deliberate. Objects moved inexplicably, whispers echoed in empty rooms, and shadows danced in the periphery of their vision. The sense of being watched, of being followed by unseen eyes, became a constant companion. The city, once their haven, had become a landscape of fear and paranoia. They were trapped in a nightmare, not merely witnesses but unwitting participants. The amulet's curse was a sentient entity, capable of adaptation and manipulation, feeding on fear and desperation. Their victory in the cavern had only temporarily contained the entity. It was now adapting, learning, and finding new ways to spread its malevolent influence. The artifact's malevolent energy was a growing organism, feeding on their fear, their desperation. As days turned into weeks, they realized the full horror of their situation. The battle was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. They were not just fighting an ancient evil, they were fighting a force that was actively manipulating their reality, warping their perceptions, and turning their very existence into a living nightmare. The city was not merely a victim, it was a battleground, a hunting ground, and they were trapped in the middle, fighting a foe that seemed to be one step ahead, always anticipating their next move. The chilling realization dawned on them. They had unleashed something far greater than they could comprehend. The ancient evil wasn't just spreading, it was evolving, adapting, and becoming more powerful than ever before. The quiet of the city was an ominous silence, the prelude to something far more terrible, a darkness waiting to engulf everything. Their victory was a mere delay, and the true horror of the curse was only beginning to unfold. The weight of the amulet pressed down on Silas Blackwood like a physical burden, a leaden cloak suffocating his very essence. His once vibrant eyes, windows to a sharp and cunning mind, were now dull, clouded with a perpetual twilight. He raved incessantly, his words a jumbled tapestry of fragmented memories and nightmarish visions, the chilling whispers of the artifact's insidious influence. His body, once strong and imposing, was now frail, his skin stretched taut over bone, his breath shallow and ragged. The curse had begun its relentless work, consuming him from the inside out. His family, trapped in the vortex of his deteriorating condition, were equally afflicted. Sarah, her initial injuries now festering with an unnatural speed, bore the marks of the curse, grotesque symbols mirroring the chilling illustrations in the ancient scrolls. Each day brought a fresh horror, a new manifestation of the artifact's power. Her skin, once smooth and radiant, was now marred by creeping lesions, their edges pulsating with a sickly, unnatural light. The pain was relentless, an ever-present torment that stole her sleep and warped her perception of reality. Eleanor, Silas's wife, was succumbing to a crippling depression, her once bright spirit extinguished by the encroaching darkness. Her nightmares were so vivid, so terrifying, that she spent her days in a state of perpetual exhaustion, her mind a battlefield of haunting visions and desperate pleas for escape. The amulet's influence wasn't merely physical, it was a psychological assault, twisting their minds, their memories, their very sense of self. They were prisoners in their own home, trapped in a living hell of their own making. The dealer, a shadowy figure known only as the Collector, found himself in a desperate struggle, his own carefully constructed world crumbling around him. He had brokered countless deals, traded in the dark arts for decades, but this artifact was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Its power was overwhelming, its malevolence suffocating. He had acquired the amulet for profit, for power, but now it threatened to consume him, to obliterate him and everything he held dear. The Collector's opulent mansion, once a symbol of his success, now echoed with an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional moan from Silas, the frantic whispers of Sarah, and Eleanor's desperate sobs. The air hung heavy with a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating blanket of negativity that choked the very life out of the once vibrant space. Even the meticulously curated artwork seemed to leer at him, their vibrant colors dulled, their expressions twisted into grotesque parodies of beauty. His attempts to understand the amulet, to break its curse, had been futile. He'd consulted experts, scholars, even occultists of the darkest caliber, but none possessed the knowledge or the power to counter the artifact's malevolent energy. The ancient scrolls, filled with cryptic symbols and horrifying rituals, offered little solace, their warnings ominous and their solutions elusive. He had tried rituals, sacrifices, desperate pleas to unseen entities, but the curse remained, its grip tightening with each passing moment. The Collector, a man who had always prided himself on his control, on his mastery of the supernatural, found himself utterly powerless. He was facing an adversary far beyond his understanding, a force that dwarfed even his own formidable power. The artifact was not merely an object, it was a living entity, a parasitic presence feeding on the fears and despair of those around it. His desperation grew with each passing day. He had accumulated wealth, power, and influence beyond measure, yet none of it seemed to matter in the face of this relentless onslaught. His life's work, the carefully constructed edifice of his control, was dissolving before his eyes. He was facing the terrifying prospect of losing everything, his wealth, his power, and most importantly, his life. He tried to sever the connection, to distance himself from the amulet, but he found he was inextricably bound to it. It was a parasitic entity, its tendrils wrapped around his soul, its influence spreading through his being. He attempted to bury it, thinking he could contain its influence, but the curse only worsened. The ground seemed to refuse to hold it. As the collector wrestled with the artifact's power, he began to understand the true nature of his predicament. This wasn't just a matter of breaking a curse, it was a fight for his very soul. The amulet wasn't merely an object of power, it was a reflection of his own darkest desires, his insatiable greed, his relentless pursuit of forbidden knowledge. The curse was a manifestation of his own hubris, his arrogance in believing he could control forces beyond his comprehension. He started to unravel, his carefully crafted persona crumbling under the pressure. The lines between his meticulously crafted exterior and his true self blurred, revealing a man consumed by fear and regret. He was no longer the shrewd, calculating dealer, but a broken man, desperate to escape the clutches of his own creation. He turned to desperate measures, scouring forgotten libraries, seeking ancient texts, consulting with reclusive hermits. The relentless hunt became an obsession, consuming his every waking moment. Sleep offered no respite, his dreams plagued by visions of the amulet's power, of the grotesque rituals, and the horrifying consequences of his actions. The collector's story became a chilling testament to the perils of unchecked ambition and the devastating consequences of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. He had sought power, and he had found it, but the power he had unleashed was a force far greater than he could ever control. The amulet was not only a curse, but a mirror reflecting the darkness within, a punishment for his own hubris. His struggle was not just a fight against the artifact, it was a desperate battle against his own decaying soul. The opulent mansion became a tomb, the silence a prelude to a final, devastating reckoning. The collector's fate hung precariously in the balance, a grim warning to those who dare to toy with forces beyond human understanding. His struggle was a symphony of despair, a desperate dance with death, a final testament to the insidious power of the cursed artifact and the inescapable consequences of unleashing ancient evils. The weight of the amulet, both literal and metaphorical, would ultimately determine his fate. His story was a cautionary tale, a chilling exploration of the darker aspects of human nature and the profound cost of insatiable ambition. The realization dawned on him not as a sudden epiphany, but as a slow, agonizing erosion of his carefully constructed defenses. The amulet wasn't just a cursed object, it was a conduit, a focal point for a malevolent energy that fed on his very being. He had sought power, and in his avarice, he had unleashed something far more sinister than he could ever have imagined. The whispers, once faint and distant, now roared in his ears, a cacophony of tormented souls trapped within the artifact's malevolent embrace. He tried to relinquish it, to cast it away, but the artifact clung to him, its tendrils wrapped around his soul, its influence seeping into the very fabric of his existence. He had become inextricably bound to it, a prisoner in his own opulent cage. The mansion, once a symbol of his success, now felt like a tomb, the opulent furnishings mocking his despair. The silence, once a testament to his refined taste, was now a suffocating weight, a constant reminder of his utter powerlessness. His attempts to destroy it were met with failure. Fire only seemed to amplify its power, the flames dancing with an unnatural energy as if fueled by the artifact's malevolent essence. He tried submerging it in consecrated water, invoking ancient incantations, but the amulet remained unscathed, its power undiminished. The more he struggled, the stronger its hold became, the deeper it sank its claws into his very essence. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. Silas Blackwood's condition deteriorated further, his ravings becoming more frequent, his body a skeletal husk. Sarah's lesions spread, their sickly glow intensifying, her cries of pain echoing through the mansion. Eleanor's descent into madness deepened, her once vibrant spirit extinguished by the encroaching darkness. The collector watched them suffer, his heart twisting within his chest, the weight of his guilt becoming unbearable. The ancient scrolls, once his only guide, now seemed to mock him, their cryptic symbols revealing nothing but the futility of his efforts. He'd plumbed the depths of forgotten lore, delved into occult practices, and consulted with figures shrouded in mystery, yet none offered a solution to his predicament. He was alone, trapped in a cycle of despair, his every effort to escape the amulet's grasp only serving to deepen his despair. Desperation, a bitter companion, gnawed at his soul. He had amassed wealth beyond measure, controlled a network of influence stretching across the globe, yet he felt utterly helpless. His life's work, the culmination of decades of ambition and manipulation, was collapsing around him. He was a pawn in a game he didn't understand, a victim of his own hubris. In his despair, he stumbled upon a passage in the scrolls, a single sentence hidden amidst a tapestry of cryptic symbols. It spoke of a ritual, a sacrifice, a final, desperate act that might break the curse, but at an unimaginable cost. It required the complete annihilation of the artifact, a destruction so absolute that not even its essence would remain. The ritual, however, demanded a sacrifice, the life force of the one performing the ritual. The collector stared at the passage, his reflection staring back from the aged, brittle parchment. He saw not the powerful, calculating dealer, but a broken man, consumed by guilt and regret. He thought of Silas, of Sarah, of Eleanor, their suffering a constant torment. He thought of the countless lives touched, if not ruined, by his dealings. His heart was heavy with a burden so great it threatened to crush him. He knew what he had to do. There was no other way. The ritual was dangerous, deadly, but it was the only hope. He prepared himself, his heart pounding in his chest, his hands trembling. He gathered the necessary components, rare herbs, ancient relics, and consecrated objects. He performed the ritual in the heart of his mansion, the once opulent space now transformed into a desolate chamber of sacrifice. The ritual was arduous, demanding, pushing him to the limits of his physical and mental endurance. The air crackled with energy, the shadows swirling around him, the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel. He chanted the ancient incantations, his voice hoarse, his body racked with pain. He felt the amulet's power surge within him, attempting to resist, to fight back, but his resolve was unyielding. As the ritual reached its climax, a blinding light erupted, filling the mansion with an ethereal glow. The amulet, once a source of malevolent power, began to disintegrate, its essence dissolving into nothingness. The collector felt his life force draining away, his body weakening, his vision blurring. He collapsed to the floor, his breath ragged, his body racked with pain. Silence descended upon the mansion, a profound silence that was both frightening and strangely peaceful. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, the suffocating weight of the curse finally gone. The collector lay there, exhausted, his body spent, his soul weary. He had broken the curse, but at the ultimate price. The shadows had retreated, the mansion's silence now felt less menacing. In the aftermath, a sense of profound relief settled over the remaining family members. The chilling whispers faded, the grotesque symbols on Sarah's skin began to recede, and Eleanor's mind started to heal. Silas, though weak, showed signs of recovery, the curse's hold finally broken. The recovery was slow, marked by periods of uncertainty, but the insidious power that had consumed them for so long was gone. The collector never fully recovered. He survived, but he was a changed man, his life irrevocably altered by the ritual. His wealth, his power, his influence, all seemed meaningless now. He lived out his days in quiet solitude, haunted by the memories of his actions, a living testament to the perils of unchecked ambition and the devastating consequences of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. His story, a chilling narrative of hubris and redemption, served as a stark warning to those who would dare to tread the path of forbidden knowledge. The mansion, once a symbol of his power, became a silent monument to his sacrifice, a stark reminder of the price of confronting the darkness within and without. The silence remained, but it was no longer filled with dread, but with a quiet, subdued peace. The collector's tale became a legend, a whispered warning passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of the curse of the artifact and the enduring price of its destruction. Story 6: The Ritual Sacrifice. The crumpled, unmarked envelope arrived on a Tuesday, nestled amongst the usual bills and junk mail. It held no return address, only a single, intricately folded piece of parchment, the texture surprisingly soft against Amelia's fingertips. Unfolding it, she found herself staring at an invitation penned in elegant, spidery script, the ink a deep, unsettling crimson. It spoke of a clandestine gathering, a ritual of immense significance, and a request for her presence as an observer. The location was vaguely described, a remote farmhouse nestled deep within Blackwood Forest, a place whispered about in hushed tones by locals, shrouded in an almost palpable aura of dread. Amelia, a seasoned investigative journalist with a penchant for uncovering the dark underbelly of society, felt a strange mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. She'd spent years chasing shadows, unearthing stories that most wouldn't dare to touch, but this invitation felt different. It held a chilling weight, a sense of foreboding that resonated deep within her bones. The words themselves seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a subtle hum that sent shivers down her spine. She consulted her worn copy of Blackwood Forest Folklore, a collection of chilling tales passed down through generations. The farmhouse mentioned in the invitation matched the description of an old homestead, long abandoned and rumored to be the site of unspeakable atrocities. Stories spoke of strange lights flickering in the night, eerie chanting echoing through the trees, and the occasional, unsettling glimpse of figures moving within the shadows. The decision weighed heavily on her. Her instincts screamed danger, a primal warning urging her to stay away. Yet, the journalist in her, the insatiable need to unravel mysteries, compelled her forward. The invitation, she knew, was more than just a cryptic note. It was a challenge, a dare to confront the unknown. And Amelia was rarely one to back down from a challenge. She prepared meticulously, gathering her equipment, a high-quality voice recorder, a powerful flashlight, a first aid kit, and a small, well-worn copy of Virgil's Aeneid, a relic from her childhood, a source of comfort and a reminder of a world far removed from the encroaching darkness. She left a note for her roommate, a terse explanation of her whereabouts, a vague promise to return soon. The drive to the farmhouse was harrowing. The road, barely more than a rutted track, snaked through the forest, the ancient trees looming like skeletal giants, their branches intertwining to form a dark, claustrophobic canopy. The air grew heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic thump of her tires on the uneven ground. She felt a constant, unnerving feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following her every move. As she approached the farmhouse, a sense of dread washed over her. It was a dilapidated structure, its weathered wood decaying, its windows like empty eyes staring out into the night. An unnatural stillness hung in the air, a suffocating quiet that was far more unsettling than any noise. The moon, obscured by a thick blanket of clouds, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed, playing tricks on her eyes. Hesitantly, she approached the farmhouse, her hand hovering over the rusty gate. A faint, almost imperceptible chanting drifted from within, a low, monotonous drone that resonated deep within her chest. It was a chilling sound, ancient and unsettling, evoking images of forgotten rituals and sacrifices. She pushed open the creaking gate, the sound a mournful groan that echoed through the stillness. The yard was overgrown, choked with weeds and thorny bushes, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. She noticed a small, almost hidden path leading to the back of the house, a path that seemed deliberately concealed, as if designed to avoid detection. Following the path, she reached a small outbuilding, its walls made of rough-hewn stone, the door slightly ajar. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, punctuated by what sounded like the rhythmic thump of a drum. She hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. The air inside was thick with the scent of incense, a cloying, almost nauseating aroma that clung to the back of her throat. The room was dimly lit, illuminated by a single flickering candle, its flame casting dancing shadows on the walls. Several figures were gathered in a circle, their faces hidden in shadow, their movements slow and deliberate. They were chanting in a language she didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. In the center of the circle lay a sacrificial altar, a crudely fashioned stone structure, adorned with symbols that resembled those she'd seen in her book on Blackwood Forest folklore. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she noticed that the figures were wearing robes, their faces concealed by hoods. She couldn't make out their features, but their movements were unnervingly precise, their ritualistic actions carefully choreographed. The atmosphere was heavy with an ancient power, a palpable sense of dread that seeped into her very bones. She tried to withdraw, to retreat into the safety of the night, but she found herself frozen in place, captivated by the hypnotic rhythm of the chanting, the mesmerizing dance of the figures. She felt a strange pull, a sense of inevitability, as if she were destined to witness this horrific spectacle. The chanting reached a crescendo, the air crackling with energy. The candle flame flickered violently, threatening to extinguish, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the walls. She saw it then, a young woman lying on the sacrificial altar, her eyes closed, her body trembling. Her skin, previously smooth, was now covered in disturbing symbols, similar to the ones she'd seen on the walls of the building. A figure stepped forward, his face still hidden in shadow, his hand raised high above the altar, clutching a wicked-looking dagger that gleamed in the candlelight. Amelia felt a cold wave of terror, a primal scream building in her throat. She braced herself for the inevitable, her body rigid with fear, her mind screaming in protest. The air grew still, heavy with anticipation, the quiet awaiting the descent of the blade. The ritual, it seemed, was about to begin. Amelia realized with a jolt that she had walked into something far, far worse than she could have ever imagined. The invitation was not just a request, it was a trap, a cruel jest designed to lure her into the heart of this horrifying ritual. The path, barely discernible under the oppressive canopy of the Blackwood Forest, wound deeper into the woods. Each step crunched on decaying leaves, a sound amplified in the unnatural quiet. Amelia felt the weight of her equipment, the cold steel of the recorder pressing against her thigh, a stark contrast to the clammy sweat on her palms. The air grew colder, a tangible shift that went beyond the simple drop in temperature. It was a chilling, almost supernatural chill that seeped into her bones. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp her. She fought the urge to look over her shoulder, the fear of what might be lurking behind her a constant, gnawing presence. The chanting, though faint, continued to follow her, a persistent, unsettling drone that seemed to burrow its way into her subconscious. It was a rhythm both ancient and alien, evoking images of forgotten gods and unspeakable rituals. The forest floor became uneven, strewn with fallen branches and moss-covered rocks. She stumbled several times, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The darkness seemed to press in on her, swallowing the already meager light of her flashlight, leaving her in a state of near blindness. She could feel the damp earth beneath her boots, the cold seeping into her socks, a constant reminder of her vulnerability. After what felt like an eternity, the trees began to thin, the path opening into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a weathered stone structure, half hidden behind a curtain of overgrown ivy. It wasn't the farmhouse she'd expected. This was something far older, something more sinister. The stone was dark, almost black, its surface covered in a network of intricate carvings, symbols that resembled the ones she'd seen on the altar in the outbuilding. These weren't simply decorative, they pulsed with a faint, internal light, a subtle hum that resonated with the chanting she'd been hearing. A cold dread, deeper and more profound than anything she'd experienced before, washed over her. This wasn't merely a ritual, this was a nexus, a point of convergence for something ancient and profoundly evil. The air crackled with a palpable energy, the silence alive with unseen forces. She could almost feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, the accumulated dread of countless sacrifices seeping into her very being. Cautiously, she approached the stone structure. The ivy parted slightly as she touched it, revealing a narrow opening, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. She felt a strange pull, an almost irresistible urge to enter. Her rational mind screamed at her to turn back, to flee while she still could, but a morbid curiosity, a journalist's insatiable need to uncover the truth, held her fast. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed through the opening. The air inside was even colder, the darkness absolute. She fumbled for her flashlight, its beam cutting through the blackness, revealing a small, circular chamber. The walls were lined with the same dark stone, the carvings more pronounced, more menacing. The air was thick with the scent of incense, but this was different. It was a heavier, more acrid aroma, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. In the center of the chamber stood a single altar, similar to the one she'd seen before, but grander, more imposing. It was constructed from a single, massive block of obsidian, its surface polished smooth, reflecting the faint light of her flashlight. The symbols carved into its surface were larger, more complex, pulsating with a sinister energy. And then she saw them. Not the robed figures from the outbuilding, but something far older, far more disturbing. Etched into the walls of the chamber, almost invisible to the casual eye, were images, scenes of unimaginable horror. Ritual sacrifices, grotesque mutilations, acts of unspeakable depravity. The images were ancient, yet vivid, their details horrifyingly clear. They depicted rituals that transcended human comprehension, acts of worship directed toward entities that defied description. She felt a cold wave of nausea, her stomach churning, her breath catching in her throat. This wasn't a cult, this was something far older, something far more sinister. This was a place of unimaginable power, a nexus of ancient evil. The chanting she had been hearing echoed through the chamber, a low, hypnotic drone that seemed to burrow its way into her very soul. The air grew heavy, oppressive. She felt a presence, a malevolent entity, watching her, assessing her. The feeling wasn't merely psychological, it was tangible, a physical weight pressing down on her, squeezing the air from her lungs. She felt a primal fear, a deep, instinctive terror that transcended rational thought. It was the fear of the unknown, the fear of the truly monstrous. She stumbled back, her hand reaching for her recorder, her fingers fumbling with the controls. She needed to record this, to document this horror for the world to see. But the recorder seemed to malfunction, its buttons unresponsive, its screen blank. She tried again, frantically pressing the buttons, but it was useless. The machine was dead. Panic swelled within her. She had to get out, to escape this place of unimaginable horror. But the chamber seemed to shift, the walls closing in, the darkness deepening. The chanting intensified, growing louder, more insistent, a cacophony of ancient voices. She felt a cold presence behind her, a palpable sense of malice. She turned, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The darkness seemed to writhe, to shift, as if something unseen was moving within it. She felt a touch, cold and clammy, on the back of her neck. She spun around, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was still nothing there. The feeling of being watched intensified, a malevolent gaze burning into her back. She felt a pull, a force dragging her towards the altar, towards the center of the chamber. She struggled, fighting against the unseen force, but it was too strong. She was being drawn towards the obsidian altar, towards the heart of the ancient evil. The chanting reached a crescendo, the air crackling with energy. She felt a cold wind rush past her, carrying with it the stench of decay and the faint, metallic scent of blood. The air grew thick, suffocating. She could feel the ancient power of the place closing in on her, crushing her, suffocating her. And then, everything went black. The darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, it was a living entity, a suffocating presence that pressed against her, threatening to crush her. The chanting intensified, morphing into a cacophony of guttural sounds, a symphony of dread that resonated deep within her bones. It was a language older than humanity, a primal scream of ancient evil. Then, a flicker of movement at the edge of her vision. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form indistinct at first, but slowly resolving into something horrifying. It was tall and gaunt, draped in a tattered robe of dark, almost black material. Its face was obscured by a deep hood, but she could make out the glint of something metallic, sharp, held in its skeletal hands. A long, wicked-looking knife, its blade gleaming faintly in the dim light of her flashlight. The figure moved with unnatural grace, its movements fluid and silent, like a predator stalking its prey. The figure approached the altar, its steps deliberate and measured. Amelia tried to scream, to fight, to do something, anything, but terror had paralyzed her. She was trapped, a helpless spectator in a nightmare beyond comprehension. The figure reached the altar, placing the knife down carefully beside a small, earthen bowl filled with a viscous, dark liquid. Then, she saw the victim. A young woman, bound and gagged, her eyes wide with terror. She was pale, almost translucent, her body trembling violently. Her struggle was feeble, desperate, against the overwhelming force of the ritual. The young woman's eyes met Amelia's for a brief, horrifying instant. A silent plea for help, for mercy, that tore at Amelia's soul. The hooded figure raised its hands, its fingers contorting into unnatural shapes. The chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch, as the air crackled with a palpable energy. The stone of the altar seemed to glow with an infernal light, the carvings pulsating with a sinister energy. The aroma of blood grew stronger, mixing with the acrid scent of incense, creating a nauseating cocktail of dread. Amelia watched, helpless, as the figure began the sacrifice. The movements were precise, ritualistic, each gesture imbued with a terrifying purpose. The knife flashed, a brief, blinding streak in the darkness, followed by a sharp cry, quickly muffled. Amelia's stomach heaved, the image seared into her mind. The ritual continued, slow and deliberate. The hooded figure's actions were punctuated by the chanting, a hypnotic drone that seemed to amplify the horror of the scene. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of blood and fear. Amelia felt the weight of the ancient evil, the centuries of bloodshed, pressing down on her, crushing her spirit. She tried to move, to escape, but she was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by terror. The chanting swelled, reaching a crescendo, then abruptly stopping, leaving behind an unnerving silence. The figure remained motionless, its back to Amelia, its form bathed in the eerie glow of the altar. The young woman lay still, her body a grotesque parody of life. The silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by Amelia's ragged breathing and the pounding of her heart. Slowly, cautiously, she began to reach for her recorder, her fingers trembling. It was unresponsive, dead. She tried again, desperation fueling her efforts, but the machine remained stubbornly silent. Fear turned into a cold, hard resolve. She had to get out, to escape this nightmare, to report this abomination to the world. She didn't know how, but she had to try. She backed away slowly, keeping her eyes fixed on the hooded figure. She moved inch by inch, praying that they would not turn, would not notice her. The weight of the evil presence was still there, but it seemed to lessen slightly, as if the attention of the being had shifted. Finally, she reached the opening, squeezing through with a desperate surge of adrenaline. She tumbled out into the clearing, scrambling to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest, each breath rasping in her lungs. She stumbled through the forest, barely seeing the path, her senses overwhelmed by the terror she had just witnessed. As she ran, the chanting started again, faint at first, then growing louder, closer, chasing her through the darkness. It was a relentless pursuit, a horrific symphony of death and despair, closing in behind her. She ran faster, blindly pushing through the undergrowth, the sound of the chanting echoing in her ears, growing louder and more insistent, a terrifying reminder of the horrors she had witnessed, the unspeakable evil she had encountered. Amelia didn't stop running until she reached the edge of the woods, the clearing bathed in the faint light of dawn. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her body shaking uncontrollably. The memory of the sacrifice, the horrific image of the young woman, seared into her mind, a relentless torment. She had escaped the ritual chamber, but the horror remained, clinging to her, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of our world. The ancient evil still cast its shadow over her, a haunting presence that promised to return. The experience had shattered her, stripping away her innocence, leaving her scarred and changed forever. Days later, she sat in her apartment, surrounded by the chaotic mess of her research, the audio recorder lying uselessly on her desk. She reviewed the notes, the pictures, the chilling evidence of the cult's activities. She had documented their actions, their horrifying rituals, but the core mystery remained. Why? What was the purpose behind these unspeakable acts of violence? What dark entity did they worship? The questions haunted her, gnawing at her sanity. She knew that she would never truly escape the horrors she witnessed in the Blackwood Forest. The memory of the sacrifice, the chilling chanting, the palpable presence of ancient evil, would forever be etched in her mind. She had survived the ritual, but at what cost? The experience had irrevocably altered her, leaving her scarred, haunted, a prisoner of her own terrifying memories. The investigation continued, though her initial drive had been tempered by the trauma she had endured. She worked tirelessly, poring over documents, interviewing witnesses, piecing together the fragments of a horrifying puzzle. But the more she learned, the more she realized the depths of the depravity, the extent of the cult's power and reach. It wasn't just a local group, it was a vast, insidious network stretching across continents, operating in the shadows, orchestrating its rituals of blood and sacrifice, unnoticed and undetected. She knew she was only scratching the surface. The Blackwood Forest held more secrets, darker truths waiting to be unearthed. The ritual she had witnessed was just one chapter in a larger, more sinister story, a narrative of ancient evil and human depravity that extended far beyond the borders of her investigation. The haunting memory of the sacrificed woman's terror-filled eyes, her silent plea for help, was a constant reminder of the brutal reality of this clandestine world. Amelia felt the chilling weight of the mystery, the darkness pressing down, as she began to write, committing her investigation to paper, her hands trembling from the enduring memory. The truth was out there, but the journey to uncover it would be long, terrifying, and perhaps, ultimately, cost her more than she was willing to give. The forest floor, slick with dew and shadowed by the oppressive canopy, offered little respite from the terror that clawed at her insides. Each snapping twig, each rustle of leaves, sent a fresh wave of panic through her. The chanting, though fading, still echoed in her ears, a persistent, guttural rhythm that pulsed with a sickening, primal energy. She stumbled onward, her lungs burning, her legs screaming in protest, driven only by a primal instinct to survive. The dawn, when it finally broke, offered little comfort. Its pale light only served to highlight the desolate beauty of the woods, a stark contrast to the horrific scene she had just witnessed. Amelia collapsed onto the soft earth at the edge of the woods, her body trembling violently. She lay there for a long time, her breath ragged, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The images replayed in her mind, a gruesome slideshow of the ritual, the hooded figure, the glistening knife, the young woman's wide, terrified eyes, the sickening thud of the blade. The scent of blood clung to her, a phantom smell that invaded her nostrils, reminding her of the horrors she had just endured. The world seemed muted, drained of color. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest had been replaced by a dull, gray landscape, reflecting the bleakness that had settled in her soul. She felt hollowed out, emptied of everything except the raw, visceral fear that gnawed at her insides. The experience had ripped through her, leaving her shattered, broken. She wondered if she would ever feel whole again. Getting to her feet was a monumental effort, each movement a battle against exhaustion and the overwhelming weight of trauma. She looked back at the dark, brooding forest, its depths concealing unspeakable secrets. The thought of returning sent a shiver down her spine. She knew that she would never be able to erase the memory of that night, the images forever seared into her consciousness. Her escape felt less like a victory and more like a reprieve. She had survived, but at what cost? The knowledge of what she had seen, the things she had witnessed, would forever haunt her. The weight of the secret pressed down on her, threatening to suffocate her. As she made her way back to civilization, a strange detachment settled over her. The world around her seemed unreal, like a hazy dream from which she couldn't quite awake. She observed her surroundings with a detached curiosity, her mind still reeling from the horror she had endured. The faces of the people she passed seemed blurred, their words indistinct. She felt disconnected, alienated from the mundane reality they inhabited. The drive back to her apartment was a blur, a series of automatic movements performed in a state of numb shock. She barely registered the passing scenery, her mind preoccupied with the images of the ritual, replaying them like a broken record. The silence in the car was deafening, punctuated only by the occasional sob that escaped her lips. Reaching her apartment felt surreal. The familiar comfort of her home offered little solace, the walls seeming to close in on her, amplifying the feelings of isolation and dread. She collapsed onto the sofa, her body heavy with exhaustion and trauma. The room swam around her, the objects blurring into indistinct shapes. She closed her eyes, attempting to find respite from the relentless assault of her memories. Days bled into weeks. Amelia existed in a state of perpetual exhaustion, sleep offering little refuge from the horrors that haunted her dreams. Her body ached, her mind was fractured. The mundane tasks of daily life, eating, showering, even breathing, felt like insurmountable obstacles. She tried to work, to continue her investigation, but the words would not come. Her notes lay scattered across her desk, a testament to her stalled progress, a physical manifestation of her mental paralysis. The audio recorder, still unresponsive, sat on her desk like a symbol of her failure. It was a cruel reminder of her inability to capture the evidence she needed, a constant taunt of her helplessness. The physical evidence remained, photos, sketches, the detailed notes she'd managed to scrawl before the horror consumed her, but the heart of the story, the why, the motive behind the ritual, remained elusive. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had only scratched the surface of something vast and ancient, a conspiracy stretching back centuries. The cult wasn't a small, isolated group, she realized. It was a network woven into the fabric of society, subtle and sinister, operating with terrifying efficiency. Slowly, painstakingly, she began to piece together the fragments of information she had gathered. She revisited her interviews, rereading transcripts, searching for clues, for patterns. She pored over historical documents, researching obscure religious sects and forgotten rituals. The deeper she dug, the more she realized the terrifying scale of the conspiracy. The cult's reach extended far beyond the Blackwood Forest, its tendrils winding their way through seemingly unconnected events and communities. She uncovered evidence of similar rituals, similar sacrifices, and other locations, each incident a chilling echo of the horror she had witnessed firsthand. A sense of profound dread settled over her as she realized the true extent of the cult's influence. They weren't just performing isolated acts of violence, they were engaged in a centuries-old campaign of systematic terror, their actions carefully orchestrated, their motives shrouded in mystery. The weight of the discovery pressed down on Amelia, threatening to crush her. She felt the cold grip of fear tighten around her, a suffocating presence that threatened to consume her entirely. She knew that her life was in danger, that she had become a target for the cult. But she also knew that she couldn't stop. She had to expose them, to bring their horrifying actions to light, even if it meant risking her life. The memory of the young woman's terrified eyes, her silent plea for help, fueled her determination. The journalist's escape hadn't been a simple flight from immediate danger, it was an escape into a new kind of horror. The physical wounds would heal, but the psychic scars, the knowledge she now possessed, would remain a constant, chilling companion. The fight was far from over. The rituals, the sacrifices, they were all part of a larger picture, a horrifying tapestry woven from ancient evil and human depravity. And Amelia, haunted and terrified, was now inextricably bound to that dark narrative. The pursuit of the truth had become her obsession, a path paved with fear and lined with the ghosts of those who had come before her and fallen victim to this ancient, terrifying evil. She would continue, pushing forward, driven by a relentless need to uncover the secrets that lurked beneath the surface, no matter the personal cost. The chanting, now a faint echo in her memory, had become a constant reminder of her journey, and the terrifying truth that remained hidden from the unsuspecting world, waiting to be unearthed. The silence of her apartment was a suffocating blanket, heavier than any physical weight she'd ever known. The rhythmic ticking of the clock became a malevolent metronome, marking the passage of time, each tick a morbid reminder of her fractured reality. Sleep offered no escape. Her dreams were a relentless replay of the ritual, a horrifying loop of blood, chanting, and the wide, terrified eyes of the victim. She'd wake in a cold sweat, her heart pounding, the phantom scent of blood clinging to her like a shroud. The days that followed were a blur of exhaustion and fragmented thoughts. She tried to eat, to force down nourishment, but the food felt like ash in her mouth, tasteless, unappetizing. Showers offered little comfort, the water felt alien against her skin, failing to wash away the lingering sense of filth and horror. Even the simplest tasks, like brushing her teeth or making coffee, felt monumental, demanding an effort of will that she barely possessed. Her investigation had stalled, the momentum broken. The physical evidence, photos, sketches, notes, remained, a silent testament to her initial progress, but the core of the mystery, the driving force behind the ritual, remained elusive. The audio recordings, stubbornly silent, sat on her desk like a mocking accusation of her failure. The weight of the secret pressed down on her, crushing her spirit. She felt a deep, gnawing loneliness, a sense of isolation that transcended her physical solitude. She was adrift, disconnected from the world around her, her experiences too profound, too horrific, to be shared with anyone. One evening, as darkness settled over the city, she found herself staring out her window, the cityscape a blurry tapestry of lights and shadows. The city, once a familiar comfort, now felt alien, a teeming mass of unsuspecting people, oblivious to the dark underbelly beneath their feet. It struck her then, with the force of a physical blow, that she was not merely an observer, a journalist documenting a horrifying event. She was a participant, entangled in a web of ancient evil, its tendrils reaching out to touch her, to claim her as its own. She realized that the cult wasn't some isolated group operating in a secluded forest. It was a vast network, woven into the fabric of society, its members living among them, their true nature masked by normalcy. The implications were staggering, terrifying. The sacrifices weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a larger, more sinister plan, a campaign of systematic terror stretching back centuries. Driven by a desperate need to understand, she plunged back into her research. She scoured ancient texts, obscure religious writings, and forgotten historical documents. She followed trails of whispers and rumors, piecing together fragmented information like a shattered mirror, reflecting a horrific, distorted image of reality. Her research led her to a forgotten sect, a cult whose origins were shrouded in myth and legend. Their practices were steeped in ancient pagan rituals, their beliefs twisted and corrupted, their motives beyond comprehension. She uncovered evidence linking this sect to similar sacrifices in various locations, spanning centuries. Each incident, a chilling echo of the rituals she'd witnessed, a horrifying testament to the cult's enduring power. The more she learned, the more terrifying the truth became. The cult wasn't just a group of fanatics, they were a sophisticated organization, adept at manipulating power structures, infiltrating society, and controlling the flow of information. Their influence stretched into the highest echelons of society, their reach far beyond the initial parameters of her investigation. The fear was a constant companion now, a cold hand gripping her heart, a chilling presence that whispered in her ear, reminding her of her vulnerability. She felt herself being watched, followed. Paranoia became her constant companion, every shadow a potential threat, every unfamiliar face a potential enemy. She understood now that her escape from the Blackwood Forest had been merely a reprieve, a temporary respite before the inevitable confrontation. The cult wouldn't let her go. They would hunt her, relentlessly, until they silenced her for good. Sleep became a luxury she could no longer afford. Every hour was a struggle against fatigue, against the relentless onslaught of images and memories. She relied on caffeine and sheer willpower to keep functioning, her body a vessel pushing beyond its limits. Her apartment, once a refuge, became a prison, confining her to a world of fear and anxiety. Despite the ever-present fear, a flicker of resolve remained. The memory of the young woman's terrified eyes, the silent plea for help, fueled her determination. She knew she had to expose the cult, to bring their horrifying actions to light, even if it meant sacrificing her own safety. The knowledge that she possessed, the truth she had uncovered, was too important to remain hidden. She decided to contact someone who could help, someone who might believe her. The choice was difficult. Trust was a luxury she could barely afford. After days of agonizing deliberation, she decided to approach a trusted former colleague, a seasoned investigative journalist known for her integrity and sharp investigative skills. The meeting was tense, fraught with uncertainty. Amelia poured out her story, her voice trembling, her body racked with exhaustion. She presented the evidence, photos, sketches, notes, transcripts, and the cryptic details of her research. To her immense relief, her colleague listened, her expression shifting from skepticism to grim understanding. The weight of the secret, once solely Amelia's burden, now became a shared responsibility. Together, they began to strategize, plotting a course of action that would expose the cult without jeopardizing their own lives. The task was immense, daunting, but they were committed. The fight had just begun, and they would face it together. The journey ahead would be fraught with danger, but Amelia knew, with a certainty that surpassed her fear, that she had to continue. The sacrifices, the rituals, the centuries of terror, it had to end. And they would make sure it did, even if it meant risking everything. The silent chanting from that night in the forest echoed in her mind, not as a symbol of defeat, but as a battle cry, a testament to her unwavering resolve.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?